It is time. Straight up. Pretty early. My nose is still a little sniffly, but here we are. We're gonna continue our development of Dread on Arrival, as usual. Oh, little sneezy right now. Maybe I ruffled up some dust in the house. I'm feeling it a little bit. It's gonna be a while, maybe just a moment before I settle down. Let's make this announcement real quick. I think generally we'll be pretty low vibration, so to speak, today. Just gonna silently, if we can, work on our game silently and patiently. Work on our game. Okay. We're in the middle of doing some combats here, so we're gonna probably do some A-star grid. I guess I might as well try and use the one that's provided by the engine. For any time we have to do A-star, we have been, or pathfinding in general, we have been using our own solution. But, you know, people have been asking like, hey, how does it compare to the native solution? And my answer to that has been, I have no idea, because I never tried it. But I guess this is as good a time as any. What did you say? All right. For some AI. Whew. Wait. Thought I heard some popping noise. I guess not. Oh. Kinexus says, good morning. Envious of you. I got my day job's web developer hat on today. Oh. Pros and cons, right, everyone? Hey, I was there. You know, anybody can do it if you're brave enough. Welcome back, Kinexus. Thanks for being here. You know what, though? Before I get fully started, I might have to go blow my nose. Kinexus says, at least I'm working from home. That is actually a pretty big benefit. You know, a lot of the companies are now doing that return to office thing. At least I know a lot of my friends are like complaining about it all the time. Anyways, it's time for some AI, which means I need to make some turns, which means I'm going to have some game state machine, I think. Not really sure what the best way to handle that is, but, you know, I feel like I change that solution every time I implement it. I need to start generalizing. I mean, I feel like I see pros and cons so much that I just can't stick with it. Anyways, I'll be RB. I think I started a little too early. My cat is lonely. Okay, Figgy. I'm gonna have to give her some pets before I actually start. Perfect timing. Ad's about to start anyways. So I'll pet the kitty while the ad is going. Hey Alf, welcome back. I'm doing well. I can't speak too long right now because I think ad's about to start in 20 seconds. But we're gonna get started. Thanks for being here again. She's especially snuggly this morning. Done? No? Are we done here? Can we go now? Oh my goodness. Please. All right. Wow, maybe I'm feeling allergic to my cat today. Just very sniffly. But anyways, hello Yalv. Oh, ad is running. Oh well, we'll talk. Yeah, I think we should probably focus on getting this combat done. Get some AI in. Now I can't say, AI used to mean like AI logic, like the computer logic. Now I can't say the word AI without people thinking about Gen AI. That's what people think I'm talking about, like the machine learning. I hate that machine learning. Basically, that's what Gen AI is, right? Like a machine learned AI functions are now generally known as AI. It's a misnomer, right? Because AI just means artificial intelligence. How it's implemented is different. But alas, here we are in today's society where a blanket statement overtakes. Just kind of like how we call all tissues Kleenex, right? A little annoying. Okay. So first thing first, I think, well, maybe not. It's not the first thing. Hey, Dreyfus. Dreyfus is howdy, friend. I'm streaming right now, but I wanted to see if you wanted a printable version of my Battle Bugs board game. Wasn't sure if you had a group of homies that would want to test it with you in person. Oh, I do have people that I can play in person. I mean, if you want me to stream it, then that might be a little bit trickier. I could try to do some IRL stream with my friends if they are cool with that. But I would love to see a printable version. I have a group of friends that are interested in type of board game that you're talking about, like a huge board game nerds. We're gonna work on some. We're gonna finish out the combat turn for our Dread on Arrival events thing. So we've been working on actions, right, of each of the buttons. Now we're gonna add some actions so that there's limited action, and then we're gonna have turns, which means it's gonna be player turn, enemy turn, and all that. So that's gonna be a long process, but I'm hoping that that will be done within a week now. But yeah, Dreyfus, feel free to DM me on Discord with that information. Once again, I guess, if you're not already in our Discord. But anyways, I would think that the turn would be under combat state, which I think we were calling it a phase, which is right here. We have setup, player main, player resolve, AI main. So I think we can use this. And then Yelf says, cool, good luck. Yeah, thank you. Also, I guess if you stream as well, Dreyfus, I should probably follow you so I can send raiders your way if I ever see you on. Oh my god. So much sniffling right now. This is crazy. Okay, let's see. Set up player main. I do believe there's going to be some cleanup that needs to be done, because I do think that there needs to be an end turn button, right? Suppose I should take a look at where I'm going to put the end turn button. I mean, if all the actions are over here, maybe end turn needs to be like centered. I guess that makes sense. Let's do that. I mean, that's pretty simple. So we'll have an end turn button for the combat UI. We'll just simply add a button for now. Oh, I guess we could use our special digital button. And turn. Like so. Not sure what the texture is for. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. So we're going to put that in the center. Top center. And then we'll bring it down just a tad bit so that it looks something like, yeah, like that. Sick. It is a little confusing that it's transparent like this. Maybe it shouldn't be so transparent. Dreyfus says, yeah, I could have messaged you the links to the printable stuff, but send me a message via Whisper. You want to check that out? No pressure. Okay. Whisper. Give me link. Pardon my short and terse way of asking for that. But yeah. Okay. Visibility. It would be cool if the visibility of the end turn button is handled by itself. So we're gonna just get link battle bugs. Yeah, exactly. That's how we're gonna supposed to do. If there's a global functions that we can add to Twitch, that's not gonna be exploitable at all. Oh my gosh, I gotta mute myself again. I gotta pull my nose. I definitely feel gross. This is definitely some sort of allergic response to something. Not sure really what, but I wouldn't be surprised. I've been ruffling up some fabric here and there, petting cats. There are probably some settled dusts that are being flung around. In any case, the combat UI, I'm gonna say probably have a process here. Probably easy that way. Yeah, why not? Ready's here, probably process. Let's do the process on top as well. Call me CPU fiend, because my game makes sure it uses every single process power. No, it's not going to be that efficient, but we'll do it readily. So I think few things we can do here is we can describe the combat state and bring up the phase, current phase, and we want to do end button visibility on phases. Let's see. Dreyfus says 4 separate links sent your way. Check it out later. Thank you. Thank you. I'll check it out. I'll also ask my friends how they feel about playing it with me. Also, if you don't mind, if I take a look and see if it's like entertaining enough that I want to try it on stream and you want to watch that, if you give me that permission, I could try setting that up too. Oh my gosh. No, I'm not doing well, obviously. This beginning of the stream is going to be a little bit rough, it seems. That I'm going to have to, like, clear my sinuses before. Okay. Switch case is ideal here, I think. Okay. Funk. A state-based UI, right? So we're going to say setup UI based on phase. Very wordy, but it's okay. And we're just simply going to call this, in case we have to recall this somewhere else, instead of if, then we're going to use our match. I think that's how you do it here on GDScript. Game state. My gosh. Current phase. Or something like that, I think. Isn't that a match? Do you do it like this instead of parentheses? Feel like I have to search the format every single time. I thought it was this. Like that. For example, something like this. I guess not. Oh, I guess the game state. Oh, it's combat state, not game state. Combat state. It's combat state, like so. All right, sick. We're starting. We're getting ready here. You know, technically, I don't know. Two ways to approach it. We could do, so for example, there are a bunch of phases. So I could say, hey, on this phase, this phase, this phase, these things will be visible, invisible, blah, blah, blah. Or I can configure it so that each of the UI components has its own configuration on how it determines. Like it has some sort of like, oh, if this phase is in your enabled phase or eligible phase group, show it. But then that can't handle anything complex like, okay, well, it can be turned on if it's in this phase, but these flags are on or off. So I need to be careful with those things. Okay, I'll be back. I gotta really clear up forget. It's like anytime I crack open the door, Fig just sneaks in, being like, "What? I belong here. What do you mean?" Yeah, I get that, but I'm busy. Daddy's working. Hi, Tony. Oh, okay. Don. Hey, Don. It's been a while, yeah. Doing well, yes. I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't actually seen you stream either in a while, too. But that might just be me. Well, welcome back. Welcome back to the digital world. I'm sure IRL is no easy feat to keep up with. We're making some games, as usual. We got some goals here. We started making some roadmap, which I think is a great thing to do. Game or not, it can be good for projects too. But here we are. I have a feeling I'm going to regret this setup, but we'll see how this goes. So if I say for all of these, player main, I mean, this can potentially be tedious, but also I don't know. Potentially be tedious. It's definitely tedious, I think. Yeah, compute. I mean, instead of it running on process, meaning on every loop, we could always change this so that it's more of a event trigger on enter phase, like a state change on state change only. Not sure what run means. Run is flee. Actually, we should probably rename this to flee. FTL. Okay. And then I do believe I'm made a signal for phase shift end phase, which gets triggered. Somebody triggers it to set the next phase. Yes. And oh man, my sinus, as you can hear, is very like unstable. I'm trying not to drip everywhere. That's kind of gross. Don says, been taking a break. It's been nice. Oh, that's good. Ooh, Kinexus got the squat berry, didn't you? Ooh, you got the muscle berry. If you do lurk command with the exclamation point lurk, the squat berries do a squat instead of just sitting still. Because you know. That makes sense. Yeah, there it is. Get your little squats in. Congrats. Kinexus says, haha, I love that. Exactly. That's why we have this. Get your berry folks here. Come on, get your berry folks. Berry folks. It has been a great source of, or not source, but I guess point sink for people. People actually running out of points, which is kind of funny. FTL is the flee. Instead of this, I think what I'm going to do is we're going to connect combat signal bus end phase. And we're going to connect the end phase to this next phase, which will be combat state phase here. Instead of looking at the current phase, we're just going to look at the next phase here. And we're going to say the digital button visibility. I'm not going to worry about anybody else right now. I'm just going to work at one at a time and turn. This will become available on player's main. And then it becomes invisible. It stays visible throughout. I think it goes away on player resolve, right? Because this is a not actually player behavior. By default, though, it stays invisible. Yalf says they've never been skipping leg day. Lol. Yeah, no, never. Never. Leg day forever. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such physique. It's a super berry. Oh my gosh. I feel terrible right now. My hold on, I'll be back. This is so annoying. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay, can you hear the fan? I bet you can. I can see it on the little signal. Dang it. I'm gonna have to turn this off, huh? Okay, it's still a little noisy, huh? Whatever. I was hoping that that fan would keep the dust away from me, but we'll see if it works. Ooh, all right. Okay, so that should be simple enough. Now we got to actually use the turns here, or the phases here. On combat initialization, we initialize combat state, where the current phase start as setup here. It seems like I don't think we have used the end phase signal yet. Emit. Oh, there is one. After the combat gets initialized, player main starts. That means immediately when we start the combat, that's right, all these buttons come on alive because of this. Nice. Okay. Next thing here, a simple thing first. We're gonna say when this, which is and turn button. When and turn button gets pressed, which I guess we should rename over here. We gotta connect it to somebody. I'd say we connect this to the combat UI instead of itself. And that music is ridiculously loud. Okay. Connected to combat UI script here. We're simply going to and phase combat signal bus and phase emit, and we're definitely going to, well, okay, with the color decide where, or is there automatic flow? Now, you know what, I'm not going to even worry about that right now. I'm going to say combat state phase. We're going to go to the player resolve, which means nothing at the moment. It doesn't really do anything. So when the player resolve happens, things become invisible, blah, blah, blah. Combat state, which is a main state controller, will hear that the phase has ended, where the next phase becomes a current phase. And this is probably, if there's any auto flip, prep data and auto flip, if there's any of that, that should probably be done on the state itself. So we're going to do something here. probably handle. I'm not going to make a separate function for it. I think I'm just going to run it here. Run the logic here. So we'll say, we'll do the same thing we did earlier with the match. Over on the UI control, I can already kind of sense the wild web of dependencies happening. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, technically, well, we'll see. This is a really messy way to do this because now we have like this parallel structure of state-based behavior where flipping to the next state is not synchronized between different behaviors, which will make it fairly complex, but we'll see. So right now, what we're going to say, nothing else happens, no automatic resolution. For now, if we're in the player resolve phase, something, and then immediately it flips over to the AI main, right? So we'll, okay, hold on. Signal bus, and phase, emit, and we'll say we're going to transition over to AI main. Nothing serious here. AI main is where the behavior of the AI executes one at a time. When we're entering this new phase here, because I want this to happen on transition, not during transition. So on transition, same thing here. Basically, we're going to have to keep this. I do wonder if there's a better way to do this, but the idea is on AI main, we want execute AI movements based on location, or based on, yeah, AI movements for all available AI units and components. AI result, AI compute is to do plan predictable AI movements like missile path and indicate visually for players here, kind of like Into the Breach. So this one is execution, and this is planning, meaning it's just mapping out what will happen and showing it if it's available. Okay. Now, how do we decide which AI components move? First thing first, I think. Okay. Question here. So we have different pieces, like we have asteroid piece, we have the ship piece. I feel like the piece itself should not have any knowledge on how they should move if they were AI, right? I feel like AI logic should be handled by an overall AI logic handler, which could potentially be an ugly thing. But just like combat grid handler, AI logic handler would probably take these main game state stuff and decide what to do next, right? I do think so. And then there will be a node for each AI type, potentially. For now, I'm going to focus on having one instead of having multiple nodes, because I don't want to overinflate. So we'll say right here, we'll say AI and create a script just called combat AI comment. Combat AI I guess that could be under... I mean, I guess it could have its own folder, because potentially there could be a lot of them. Class name, combat AI here. And this one's going to be available somewhere. Over here, I guess. On state. Maybe. We could signal out so there's no hard dependency. Or we can create a hard dependency and call it directly. I mean, that's always the decision. It's like, oh, do I make it so that it's just simply a variable? Right? Like so. Where in the beginning I just need to do one of these things, which is easy. Or make it signal and then, you know, have other things to respond to a signal. But when I say, hey, AI needs to execute, I don't think there's anything else that needs to be done besides one singular AI logic. So I think a single call is okay. I don't foresee a future where there's multiple threads of behavior happening for a single call. So we'll do that. Execute main. For now, it's going to be some main phase execution for AI. This is going to be so overbloated, but it's okay. There's ways to compartmentalize it in the future. We'll figure it out. Okay. Well, that's as simple as it gets. And then it's not going to do anything. When the AI main is done, it's going to go to resolve here. So to do logic, when it's all done, obviously it takes in dependency to signal bus. And it requires state as well. So we're going to have some circular dependency, which we love here. It's not gonna break anything, right? It's so messy. I mean, at first I was like, oh, I'm gonna architecturally make it pretty and have it be organized nicely. But I think that we've basically gave up on that for a long while. Which is kind of funny, actually. Funny in a not so funny way. Kind of upsetting. Okay, so we go to the resolve step here. And then combat state comes over here. On resolve, we're automatically transitioning to compute for now because resolve doesn't have anything. So on main, when it hits resolve, we transition to AI compute. When AI compute hits, on transition, we're going to do execute compute phase, which will do some AI logic here. Function blah void to do compute and display. And then we're going to move on to the next phase, which is player main. Now there could be an interruptive phase shift, like game over and player win, but that can be handled on action. So during the action, there's a chance that the phase shift will go to victory or whatever over here. I suppose we could have like resulting phase, which is combat state phase. I guess that's more of a likely scenario during the AI logic. Yeah. So basically, idea is we have a resulting phase that are by default going to the AI resolve step. But during the execution of actions like killing the player or things happening, turn progressing, the game will go to either game over or victory in here, which will result in different phase. So it gives an opportunity for the inner logic to decide which phase it needs to go next so that it can be interrupted. And that's a full loop. Nice. On transition, it'll execute, right? Execute happens on transition. And then it does an auto progress. Cool. Okay. Now we just need to do some simple logic here. First thing first, I think I'm going to just pull up all the enemy units here. And then, I mean, do I assume every enemy units can only move one unit, or should they have their own status? I think they should. So we're going to start adding some properties to these pieces specifically. So we have pieces here. And the combat piece can have some defined things. So starting health by default is available by everyone, just like any I don't know what I was going to say. Anyways. But another thing is in these movement speed, which by default has 1, but has an opportunity to change it. I guess it should be default speed, because I would think that there could be a speed modification, potentially, temporary or not, that we can talk about later when we need to add it. And then right now, default weapon is a missile. Projectile, I think. Or we say mine. But that could be confusing, I think. I wonder how that's going to work out. We'll see. We'll see. I do have to say, if the orientation, if we can change its orientation somehow, because if it can only launch in one direction, it's kind of lame. Should turning the ship mean anything? Like, how would I make it face this way? It has to be flip horizontal and flip vertical, right? Like that. But the this is not the same because the lighting doesn't work. This is where just using same sprite for different things doesn't quite work. I might have to actually make a flipped version of this. Ugh. All right, fine. I'll make a flipped version. Come over here. We got the missile. We're going to increase, let's see, layer canvas size. I don't know if it's a canvas size thing, or if I just add a copy. So for example, if I copy these and then paste it. Hold on, how do I do this? Create a new frame and create a new frame. Copy these two over here. Can I do that? And then like so. Okay. So I'm going to make this orient facing upwards now, which I think is theoretically just this, but we're going to have to change the lighting rule. So it's this here, and then it's coming over here. Like so. And basically, probably going to invert some lighting information here. That's going to be annoying. Whatever. I feel like I almost would have, it would have been better if I just kind of redrew the whole thing as opposed to trying to do this. But alas, live and learn. Uh-huh. Yep. It's going to look really awkward for a little bit while I try to figure this out. But we will figure this out nonetheless, because we're determined that we do. Music stopped. Is there more? Okay. Then we do this, maybe. Then the top. What do we use for this color? That one. Like so. Nice. Have this shine like so. And color this out. Some dark colors. I'm gonna say my rocket crayon is looking very much crayon like. It's okay though. We do this. Basically, we'll get this little fiery bit. Flip it horizontal, flip it vertical, and then we'll just kind of put it like this. Yay. And then grab that again. Paste this. Oops. Horizontal, vertical. Do these. Like that. Whoa. Wait, what happened? Why are things going away? Wait, what? Weird. Okay. Delete this. Oh, replacing it. Flip horizontal, flip vertical, show it. Just replace this like that. Let's see what that looks like real quick. Oops. Okay. Hold on. Hey, okay, good enough. I say that looks good enough. We're going to spray sheet this out. Replace it. So we'll have one. I mean, this is default right now. We'll say default up, or I guess up default. And then that's going to look like one of these. 96 as well. Like so. This one at 7, so we're going to put it at 7 as well. Good enough. Yes. And basically, missile piece, I think launch direction will determine which one we're playing here. So animation sprite will be playing default direction plus default. And we're going to say if launch direction is vector 2i of 1, 0, then direction will equal to empty string. And if it is facing down, which means, well, yeah, left. If it's facing left, meaning it's going this way, negative x, then direction will be up underscore. So it'll change direction based on that. Nice. So we just got to make sure we provide launch direction accurately for the pieces. Combat tester here. Okay. So for the AI logic, we're going to gather all the enemy pieces, which will be okay, I got to think about this. Do enemy ships fire on every turn? I feel like there needs to be a cooldown, right? Because if it does, then every time you're firing missile against it and you can't get the enemy ship. Unless the missiles don't run into each other, which I feel like is kind of lame. Yeah, I think so. So for now, I'm going to say the attack has a cooldown. Type of enemy has a cooldown. And I think the AI thing will keep check with the cooldown here. AI information over here. So we're gonna say not export, but var AI combat state, which will have dictionary of, I don't know, the AI piece, combat piece as a key to some information. That information could as well be an array or a resource. Doesn't really matter. I could just call it a dictionary for now. Or I could say AI combat info, like so. Could be pretty interesting if I do that. AI combat info. Go over here. Class name AI combat info. And this one could have like missile cooldown. By default, it can be, I don't know, 3. And then we can have missile cooldown is the configuration, and then we need the active tracker, which will be current missile CD, which starts at 0, right? It counts down. So say in-game tracker, stat configuration. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So first of all, we're going to grab all the pieces. So we say get tree, get nodes in group called, what are the groups we have? Enemy, which will be all the enemy units. And ideally, we also do this for neutral units as well. If there are any, like, technically missiles are neutral units and they would move on their own. Yeah, they would move on their own. Unless they've already moved, I guess. We'll see. Anyways. So these are the enemies. For element or group node in enemy group, we're going to rename this to enemy piece, which will be group node as combat piece. So we can take advantage of typing. And then probably going to fire it. First of all, get enemy piece var combat info. If it doesn't have it, we create a new version of it. For now, this way. I mean, I guess I could, I don't know. Instead of doing this, I guess I could have a helper function that's like func generate new AI info, and then we can provide the type, which returns this. For now, it's just new versions of this. And then we'll say, for now, we just provide default. Doesn't do anything yet. Like so. Type is not used. That's why it's warning me. Yeah, combat info has been provided, saying that it can't infer the type. So we'll just do this. And basically, we're getting it from the dictionary. If it doesn't exist, we create a new one. And at the end, once we update blah, 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 we're going to put the combat info into the map. Enemy piece equals to the combat info that has been updated. Nice. Fire when off CD, which is if combat info missile CD. Oh, actually, current missile CD equals 0 or less than equal to 0, I suppose. Then fire. And then we're going to set the current missile CD back to the configured CD, like so. That's the resetting of the cooldown. Cooldown ticks down in the beginning. So we'll say CD counts down. CD standing for cooldown. So we'll say this one will minus equal to 1. If it's less than equal to 0, we're going to fire it. Otherwise, we skip. Or body block, it doesn't really matter. So what does firing of the missile look like? I think it's the same thing as what we did with player action, where we did an attack action here. We did something like this. I'm going to just copy and paste from the player action and just configure based on that. Fire air projectile. Nah, I don't want to do that, do I? Maybe I do. We'll do that right here. And that is source piece. Like so, and then the source will be the enemy piece here. Okay. We're not going to do that. And we're going to get the missile piece. So we'll have to make that first. Right here as a constant resource. We instantiate this missile piece. This one is special, right? Because we want to set the launch direction. Launch direction to be facing up, which is this. And the grid position will be the source's grid position. And then from the combat state, we're updating the map info by adding the, I should probably be consistent with the naming. So we're adding it to the map info and we're triggering the signal to say, hey, signal, we just added this missile piece. And the missile piece gets added. It does its own logic. Yeah. It also collides with player. You know, right now it skips. It doesn't blow up. We'll see. Okay. This should be enough for the enemy ship to just fire off a bunch of missile right now. I think it's still in a good place to test. Hopefully. Oh. Could not preload resource. Let's see why. So it doesn't like this. Weird. Why is that? Could not preload. Is it because it's already preloaded somewhere else? This is unusual. I never had a preloading issue. What if it's relative pathing? Will that work? Interesting. Let me first of all restart the project. When in doubt, relaunch. Okay. All right. It doesn't really explain why it's not possible. Which is kind of annoying. Hmm. Little sus. Let's see, execute main, which will execute fire missile, but doesn't matter. This is just a self. It's just setup. So it shouldn't really matter. Maybe it's because it's missing some of the stuff. It's just saying could not preload resource file. I'm gonna have to look at this. GDScript could not reload resource file. Typically indicates the issue with Godot's ability to refresh or access a specific resource. Yes. Only reason I can think of, it doesn't really help. I just Google search real quick. It doesn't really help. Only thing I can think of is that there's multiple constant preloading of the same resource in different code. And it doesn't like that for some reason. Which to me doesn't make sense. But I don't know. Depending on how they are handling the indexing. Yeah. You know what? Let's see. Well, we can do then. Under player action. Where is it? Under attack action. Instead of calling missile piece from there, let's have it pull from the grid handler, because it's technically a piece that gets used within the grid. So we do that. Or should we do it? I feel like there should be a separate resource handler, shouldn't there be? Anyways, doesn't matter. And it's a constant, so I should be able to access this without having dependency, like a static variable. So we could say combat, missile piece, instantiate. We should be able to do that within this as well. Let's see if this causes any issue. Could not resolve external. Oh. External class member. Why is this an external? Oh. Hold on. Is that an order issue? Because it hasn't been instantiated yet. Also, why is it executing already? Maybe it's just testing if it can resolve or not. It's kind of silly. Could be an order issue, which will be very annoying. No, it's just setting it up. And it's like, hey, this thing that you're trying to do, it doesn't work. Nobody's calling it. It's breaking on its attempt to set up. Oh, this is an unusual bug. I've never seen this before. Let me try this. Yeah, missile instance. I mean, we can do piece handler. Coop piece resource helper might be better. Okay, fine. I'll do that. Jesus. But that's like, I don't know. That just feels wrong. Because it's technically not a resource. I don't know. This overall seems pretty ugly to me. That this not working seems silly. But we'll see if we can get this to work. Like, it has no reason not to work. For example, if I do that, get instance, say, I'm just going to simply instantiate that. It still doesn't like it. Can I call non-static? Okay, we're gonna make this static. That's right. Ooh. Could not preload. I'm having preloading issue. It doesn't like. Wait, what? What's happening? Cannot preload resource file. Hello? What's going on? Oh, there's some errors. Maybe this will help. Parsing error. Grid overlay. Okay. Grid overlay. What's the parsing error here? External resources. Reference non-existent resource. Combat piece scene. Oh. Wait, what? I think it got really... Something happened where the dependency chain and indexing got messed up within the engine, it seems. Where it doesn't know how to find its source. Is it because I added this? Default. Hold on. I'm going to launch again, see what other error that comes up. Grid overlay, yeah. The grid overlay piece at line 7. Parsing error. It's referencing a resource at combat piece that doesn't exist, apparently. It's saying that, because I didn't even touch this, right? That one thing that I did touch, by the way, these are all, I did this right-click new inherited scene thing. So it inherits from combat piece. And yes, I did change something about the combat piece at some point, but it wasn't anything crazy. Yalv is like, interesting. Yeah, no, I don't understand. This kind of annoying. But let me try to figure this out here. So first thing that happened was that the grid overlay had a hard time referencing its parent. Like it couldn't parse. So anything that happens after that doesn't work. Oh, Conic. Sorry, I haven't updated the Streamlabs message, I guess. That is incorrect. Welcome back, Conic. Been a while. Okay. What we're actually working on today is Dread on Arrival. Since last time, we've updated the design doc for Dread on Arrival, which is our spacefaring, crew management, FTL plus Into the Breach plus Darkest Dungeon-like game. We have a new roadmap and we're working on the combat/event portion of the game. And the idea is that is the main game mechanic. So within next week, actually, we're going to get our first roguelike version of the game where it's centered around the combat and repetition. We're going to do some iteration on that for a few months. And then we're going to move on to the narrative version so that we may be able to hit October next fest next year. So we actually have a solid roadmap where we're actually going to release a game. Hopefully, that's the idea at least. And that will be my official first ever release game. Isn't that exciting? So that is the actual true today message. And this is a design doc here. If you're not familiar with our game pitch. I can't wait, says Conic. Yeah. See, we even have updated game pitch. Explore the unknown space with a uniquely hand-built ship and crew in this retro-futuristic game. Navigate through hazards and events while managing the sanity of your crew. Are we truly alone here? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yep. But alas, we're struggling through some other things. Like this scene being like, hey, it inherits combat piece, but in an attempt to extend, it doesn't know how to handle it. Like it doesn't know how to. Hold on. Let me turn off Godot completely and then start it again. I'm gonna say that'll fix it. I don't know where I messed up completely that this become a problem, but it's a little concerning. Seems like a critical bug. Especially because I don't think I've done anything that should impact that I am aware of. It has broken dependency. Okay. So these two things have broken dependencies. With a parsing error. What? So how do we fix that? How do we fix? Okay, thanks for telling me, but how do we fix that? As grid overlay as. I mean, this is. Connie says, "Can I ask something related to Berry Folk?" Yeah, sure. You can ask anything. There's no hint. Like, how is it determining what its parent is? I mean, like, when I click on this, it accurately moves on. So why? Unless there's some, like, repeated, like, the same name stuff, there isn't. Instantiate child scene. Clear inheritance. I mean, because the inheritance is determined by the script itself anyway, so there's no point in inheriting it. Like, everything else will work as is. And maybe that'll fix it. We just need to make sure all these things are properly still flagged. Okay. Hopefully that fixes it. But yeah, Conic, go ahead. I don't know. You're building up a lot of suspense for this question, I think. All right. So far, so good. So right now, if I end turn, the button goes away. These things should all launch a single missile. And if I end a turn again, nothing should happen. Until third one. Oh my gosh. It worked on first try, everyone. Isn't that? I mean, I think that's more than I can say so for a lot of things. That looks good, right? That's pretty sick. Okay. So AI logic is working. The turn is working. However, there needs to be a little bit of delay because as you can see, it's not waiting on the animation or anything. So the whole turning the end turn button off and then turning it back on, like there's no indication of anything. It's just everything stays the same. So we're gonna have to turn off all the visuals regarding the player turn when the transition happens, and then wait on all the animations to play, and then come back to the player turn. Right? That's UX. Okay. So main thing is working right now, that we can execute player or AI turn. No problem with that one. Now we got to make it so that it actually register in player's brain instead of it just like happening instantly and potentially being error prone. Let's see. How are we doing this on the UI? We want to make sure we definitely want to make sure we turn off everything. Let me check the signal and see if there's any signal that we need to trigger in order to do that. ID 58. What's ID 58? LD? Is it LD? LD 58? What is that? Ludum? Oh, Ludum Dare. Is it Ludum Dare or Ludum Dare? I know I've heard it read in a both way. Ludum Dare. I haven't really joined Ludum Dare. Hold on, you have to correct me if it's Ludum Dare. 58 or 57? 58? When is it? I mean, I can. I mean, given that I have already like plenty of things to do and nothing to promote, that I almost feel like I want to kind of lock down and not participate in on any jams yet. I could see myself needing to do some jams to get like win something to get some promotion, like the recognition, so I can promote other things. Otherwise, it's like practice. In 3 hours? No, I'm not doing that. No, I don't have time, unfortunately. Connick says, I want to work on a similar self-project if I can handle such thing, but I don't in fact know anything related to internet stuff on coding side and how it works in sync with Twitch. Would I require prior knowledge to make it? I mean, it helps. It helps to know how calling APIs or responding to polling works in general conceptually, but it's not necessary, especially because the project that I worked on, this Berry Folk thing, I'm just using a Twitcher plugin which handles most of the connection thing automatically, and it's well documented. Right, this thing. Also, Connie Dev created this, and Connie Dev is a streamer as well. Just a sec. Anyways, long story short, I don't think you need prior requirement. I mean, you do need some practice in like reading the document and being able to work off of that, because document reading is a very specific skill set in my opinion. But I think you, Connick, from what I remember, you should be able to do that. Not a problem. All right. Turning things off. So I think the combat UI, we're saying anything where we are exiting. So this is exiting player turn. So here we just need to make sure everything else gets turned off, right? Meaning all the line drawing, right? So we want to hide candid align. We want to hide regular align. What else? We're going to make it so that the selectability needs to go away, right? Station, crew info container. Let's see, crew info. We have on. See, this already handles the fact that this should only be clickable on player main. So that's awesome. Another thing, the available actions needs to be disabled. Tony, are you gonna do Ludum Dare? I mean, you can always feel free to share those things and we'll play it on stream. But me personally, I will not be participating in on Jam, especially that soon. I know somebody else was talking about the Jacksepticeye's Jam. Is that already over? That's his first game jam, right? I know that one was something that was happening. Jacksepticeye or something like that. Oh yeah. Submission is in 2 days. Oh, let's take a look at what the theme was, I guess. I want to look at what the theme was. No using AI. The theme is death is an opportunity. Interesting. That's an interesting one. I'm interested to see what people have submitted. Wow, very few submissions, only with 2 days left. Interesting. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that one. Death is an opportunity. I mean, that's like such an easy bait for time loops. I think a lot of people will go for that one. Or roguelike, I guess, technically. Hey, did you hear about the new feature? Apparently, not that my community does this, but I would love to see it. Apparently, there's a new icon reward for making viral clips. I think that's a cool idea, except if you care about it, you know, it's a lot of free work. Okay, so we're already handling clickability on thing. Okay, we need to make sure once next thing is I need to turn off the available actions, right? Action container needs to be cleared. So on combat UI, when we're transitioning out, we'll say action container clear. So we clear the action container, we do all that. On AI logic, we're not going to signal end phase. We're going to wait on all the animations to be done first. So we fire a missile. And that's emitting a bunch of signals. And we're going to get all the pieces. Right. Let's see. Combat piece. And combat piece has movement tween. I guess it should have its own function called is animation finished, which is basically for now only caring about movement between being done. Finishes a signal is running, so we're not running, and also either movement tween is null or it's not running anymore. Null or not running anymore. Cool. And so that is a global thing. Nothing else besides the pieces would move. I would say missile piece, it might override because it does do this. So it'll go function is animation finish will rely on its parents animation finished and this and hold on, I'm gonna say var is exploding will be just the animation is what is it called? Explosion. If the animation is an explosion and is playing, then it's exploding. So I want to say, actually, we'll say if this is the case, we care about this. Otherwise, we'll just rely on the parental units animation finished definition. All right. So this will allow us to have multiple ways to detect if the animation is finished or not on these multiple pieces that are present. And they can individually determine when it is safe to move on. Potentially. And that means on the AI side, we can have var awaiting on piece or animation. We'll just kind of flip this on in the beginning. Well, actually, we should probably do it after everything is done. So we do all the launches. We do this to true. We flip it to true. And we don't really do anything here. And under the process, if we're awaiting on animation, we're going to get piece in get tree, get nodes in group called combat piece. So we're grabbing every single combat pieces and see if piece as combat piece Well, actually, we don't even have to do it. Is playing, or I guess as combat piece, is animation finished. This will equal to basically every single one of them has to be finished. So if any case any of these are not true, we're going to return here. Or not return, I guess. Well, return is okay. Return true, return false here. We're probably going to make this its own function. Is all piece animation done? We'll say it's not done if anyone is not finished, otherwise we're done. We're going to do that if we are awaiting, like so. If this is a case, we're going to flip awaiting onto false. And then move on to next phase here. Next phase. Move to next phase. And this function will be over here. And that will determine which phase is next based on, well, I'm calling it phase, but it's the same thing as state. We'll move on based on what state we were in before. Go to AI resolve here. So we'll say match the combat state's current phase. If the current phase is AI execute, AI main, then we're going to move on to the AI resolve. So this will trigger on animation done. So hopefully this won't happen instantly and it'll actually wait on things. So we have this here. I have clicked on it, bunch of stuff are on and off, and turn. Okay. Null value. I mean, this should have determined that this was null. Hold on. If movement tween is null, this will become true. So it should short circuit. Ah, yes. Okay. I added too many exclamation point. All right. Standard combat and turn. It worked, right? Yep. It cleared things. This is not being cleared though. The selection needs to be cleared. I don't know what's deciding this, even though I did hide line. Let's look. Crew selection. Crew selection changed. Right. And we're allowing station selection. When that happens, what do we do here? On crew selection change, we're updating available actions. That's okay. that's not that big a deal over there. Grid handler does things. Select crew page. We need to be able to clear which crew has been selected, I think. Yeah, this needs to be emptied, I think. Because right now... Oh. Whoops. We're using same signal name for a lot of different places. Okay, well, that's going to be a problem. So on crew selection change, combat UI comes over here. And combat UI draws a new line, right? On crew selection changed. Action gets updated. Station selection, we draw crew station line. Then we draw a line. I thought I'd call the hide line, which is a station line. Keep it. Oh, this needs to be false. There you go. Little bug, minor bug, very easily fixable. All right. Boom. Select some stuff and turn. There you go. Hey, yo. Okay, things clear. It goes away. It waits for the animations to play. So when the missile goes, look, like that. So that was 1, 2, 3. It's doing it on 3. So it's like doing it on every other turn, right? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, nice. Enemy ship fires a missile. Good enough. Next thing we need to do is we need to make it so that the missiles keeps going forward into the direction that they were going on every turn. We can do that on AI logic. Maybe. Execute main again. This is the enemy here. I think missile is considered neutral. Yeah. We're going to grab all the neutrals and see if they are missiles. So we're here on AI logic. First of all, we moved all the enemies. I don't know if it should be that. Okay. What's the order? Player, neutral, enemy. Player, enemy, neutral. Because I do something on my turn. The missile went forward. And enemy just fired a missile on their turn. I think because firing is a movement, right? So I think what we do need to do is all right. Oh, that's right. We have a AI info tracker here. We can do that. This is, I mean, this is AI. If we're gonna have moved this turn, we're gonna set this to true or false here. Potentially it's going to be, it won't be destroyed, would it? Somehow it needs to be cleared out. I'm not going to worry about that for now. I don't think it'll ever be. Well, I guess some of them could be infinite. I guess we could clear it. What happens if we key it based on the node and we free the node? Does that become unavailable? We'll have to figure that out. So let's see. Navigation logic on AI. I do. Like, I'm not sure if it would be fairer if every piece moves in the order of their spawn, meaning whether they be a missile or enemy, they all move in the turn that they appeared on the map. That might be better. Yeah, and then we're going to have to just do some clear up or cleaning after the movements. All right, let's do that. So we're going to have turn order. How do we determine the turn order? Easiest? Okay, so I think we're going to have a turn queue, actually. Var piece, piece, turn queue, which will be an array of combat pieces. And they will get populated on spawn. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be so annoying. I think this needs to be actually tracked by the grid, because it's whatever gets added. We're gonna say turn queue here, var turn queue array combat piece. Hey Retector. No YouTube folks today, it appears. Yeah, I mean it goes in and out. I feel like, I don't know, I never had a moment where both platform is full at the same time. It's either mostly on Twitch or mostly on YouTube. I think it does have to do with timing a lot. Hey Godot, welcome, welcome. Seems like Protector and Godot came in at the same time. But we're chilling. It's okay. Hey, you're here now. That's everyone. How the things are going? Things are going well. We're working on our AI logic for our little game, which is going accordingly. There's some headaches here and there, as usual, but it's not too bad. We're going to have a turn queue, and we're going to actually have a keeping track of all the pieces that are being added in order, probably. Almost, you know what? I almost feel like that's a combat info job. Not player combat info, the combat map. And they're getting added anyways already. We just need our turn queue, which will be array of combat pieces, right? And whenever we're adding a piece, if it doesn't already exist, we're going to push back the piece into the turn queue. Whenever we're removing a piece, we'll have to find the piece in the turn queue and remove it. There you go. So we're keeping the turn queue updated, and we'll grab it there. Godot says, are you still working on Dread on Arrival, or is it something else? This is still Dread on Arrival. We're working on the combat/event part of Dread on Arrival. Mr. Protector says, how things are going? Wait, did I just already read that? Yeah, see, this is what happens when there's not enough viewers sometimes. I get confused. It's going well. It's going well. We're getting through it. As far as the goal's concerned, which I think our current goal, our roadmap right now, is October 13th for our first playable roguelike version of the game. And we still have a week, and we're working on the turn right now. So it gives us another week to add the map component, meaning we set it up so that like there's a procedurally generated grid that you can click on each node and have variation. So hopefully today we get this like basic mechanic and game over and victory done, and that gives us next week to work on the map, and we'll be done and be able to release playtest for people to feedback on. Whoa. Yeah, it's happening soon. I'm not really sure how fast this will happen. I mean, it is still ambitious, honestly, but we'll see. And after that, we might, while that playtest is going, we'll probably switch gear and go over to the Blood is Mana, the tactical deck builder game. And then we'll probably write a roadmap for that as well. Because remember, my goal is to finish 3 games by next fest, next year. Next October, next fest. Right? Ambitious, very difficult to manage, but it's a goal. Is it doable? Probably not, but you know, that doesn't stop me from doing things. We're all dreams and ambitions up here. And if I can do it, I can at least tell myself that I am able to do it. I want to see how far I can take it, first of all, anyways. So it doesn't matter. All right, let's see. So what we're gonna do now, instead of going through the nodes in a group, we're gonna grab the battle information here from the combat state. We're gonna get the map and then get the turn queue, right? And we're gonna go through it one at a time, because turn queue is array of combat piece. And we're say if piece is in group enemy, then do this, which is an enemy behavior. Otherwise, else if piece is in group neutral and it is a missile piece, then we're gonna do some other logic. So this way every piece moves in their turn, as opposed to just all the enemy first and then the neutral. After doing the move, though, we're going to say the combat info will update to say combat info. Move this turn we'll set to true here. And we're going to check this too as well. We should probably do this like that. Combat info. If move this turn, we're going to skip. If we already moved, then we're skipping. Otherwise, we do other things here. The missile being launched. Cool. We're probably going to missile piece as a return here. So we can set information about that. Enemy piece is going to be just piece here. I guess we could do that on the fire as well instead of this. Just go over here and say, well, this one is getting created newly, so we'll create a state. I mean, I feel like this is... this information can be set by the... maybe this shouldn't be a combat info. So messy. I feel like some of the property... I mean, this is the hard part. I feel like once you start having like, oh, this is a visual component. This represents the piece. Oh, this represents the combat configuration. Oh, this needs to be blah, blah, blah. And then now you have these like split information of a single entity. And you have these like web of dependencies and you go, okay, well, do we put them all into a single spot? Or do we keep them separated? My experience so far is that even though it feels more organized to keep them separate, it's certainly easier to manage if all the information about a single entity is in a single place. Downside is that your data packet becomes bigger, right? So for example, it's going to blow up and you're not going to use all those information all the time, but anytime you set it up single time, you're going to have all that information available to you, which is a downside, but in modern computing, it's not really that big a deal, it seems. I think I'm going to say moved this turn has moved this turn be a piece configuration property. So it'll be like, hey, if the piece has moved this or has moved this turn, then we're going to continue. Otherwise, we're going to set that to true here. So that way we don't have to do any like any fancy work. Missile, when it moves on spawn, update grid position, piece position, change this. I'm gonna say, hey, moved this turn set to true here. So it'll be considered moved when it moves as part of the spawning logic. Or technically I could just, I'm gonna do it that way. Yeah. So on spawn, missile is considered moved, and it resets. The piece's movement configuration resets on top of the turn, which is combat state. When we transition into player main, when we first drop into the player main, we're going to set all the combat pieces, get combat pieces, get nodes in group, call combat piece. And for pieces in this group, which are all the combat pieces, has moved this turn will be reset to false, so they haven't moved at all, I think. So they're reset. We're gonna go to the AI logic. Do you guys like how I misspell things and I just leave it alone? It says combat signal bus. Problem is, if I change this, I think it's gonna break a bunch of things. Oh, thanks for the follow, Slimy Grub. Welcome. We do love a Slimy Grub, I think. Sounds... I don't know. Texture is very important when you're eating your grub. Some people don't like slimy things. Okay, well, anyways. Slimy Grub says, thanks for spelling missile correctly. Wait, is it common to spell missile differently? Is it because people say missile instead of missile? I mean, I guess I could see that. Like mistletoe. Maybe somebody spelled missile like a mistletoe. That'd be funny, actually. But yeah. Oh, is that why you follow me? Because I spelled missile correctly? Nice. I mean, I do appreciate all the policing of spelling and grammar, as that is the only way for me to learn and improve, right? Okay, let's see. We're firing it. We reset it. If it has moved this turn, don't do it. Over here, if it is a missile piece that hasn't moved yet, we're going to move it. What does moving the piece look like? It looks like this. We'll probably just call it. So we'll say func move, not move piece. It's going to be like on turn action, which I guess is turn action for this particular missile. And that can be set to true there. And that turn action could be all of this. So on spawn, it executes a turn action. Ooh, it requires state and. This might be tricky. Oops. Well, it might not be actually. So deciding the animation, it's deciding this thing and then telling the grid. Okay. I think that should be okay. So we go to the AI. Here simply we're just going to, because all the properties should be already set by now as a missile piece, which I think it's already considering that. We're going to say on turn action. Ooh, on turn start is interesting. Seems like there's some placeholder functions that I provided already that so I'm gonna get rid of this. You know what? I'm gonna get rid of it. It's still a little too much. Okay. We don't want to have too many dependencies. All right, let's see how it goes. We got turn action. This thing specifically is a missile piece function. So that'll do beautifully. All right, let's test it out. So the idea is, oh yeah, it requires the state. Combat state and the signal bus. Beautiful. Okay. Hopefully not many errors. So the game starts. We have this here. Blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really matter. What I want to know is I'm going to launch. Let's say I'm going to move him to the weapons, launch a missile. If I and turn, stay still, and 3 new missiles should be launched. Make impact here. Boom. Okay. Great. I and another turn. Same thing. Aha. I see. So some of the missiles has been destroyed, but it still exists. So it's going to be null. All right. The freed pieces needs to be gone. I mean, I feel like I'm not removing the pieces from the queue for some reason. Or it's not fast enough. It's because it's queued for freedom. Let's see. I want to see here. On impact, it plays explosion. When the explosion is done, it is finished. Does it get freed? It doesn't. Let me think about this. Where did I do this again? On grid handler, if a piece is moving forward or updated, position input is somewhere here. I'm going to find it. Okay. Let's see. Updated. Piece added to the combat map. Position changed. I think this is what we're looking for. When this signals, on grid handler, we do one of these things. Blah, blah, blah. When the movement is finished, if it has a collision, we impact it. And if we impact it, we look at the damage of the impact, apply damage everywhere. We decide who takes the damage and see if the damage is about to die. If it is, we're going to remove that piece and then we're going to free the piece. We're also removing the what do you call missile as well. Hey, where am I? Long time no see. Hi, what are you working on today? We're working on our Dread on Arrival, the spacefaring crew management game. Specifically, we're trying to reach our roadmap goal of end of next week or beginning of in 2 weeks, October 13th. We're trying to get to a place where we have a combat and procedurally generated roguelike grid system so that we can have a roguelike version of the game for playtesting. And then we can move on to the next project for temporarily while that playtest is going. But part of the requirement is that I need to come up with a survey. We need playtest survey. Create playtest survey, which is for 13th. Yeah, like FTL. Exactly. You know what? Honestly, I should start getting people to sign up for playtesting. Let's see. How do I do that? I feel like I need to add a new role here. All right, hold on. Is this gonna be a security breach if I try to do this while streaming? Create server setting. Go to roles. I guess I could create a new role here. We're looking for create role. I guess it's not that much of a security. Let's call this Dread on Arrival playtesters. Okay. And then let's call that teal role icon. Ooh, we can do image. I don't know what the image should be. Oh, I don't have a boost. Sorry. Save this. And then we will... Maybe we'll update this so that it's not everyone. Permissions. We'll make this private. And then we'll add... Dread on Arrival playtesters as part of the group. Okay. And then this one is even more exclusive, meaning only the team is available. Yes. And then this one should inherit permission. Sync that. Dread on arrival playtest. They inherit. They can view channel for sure. I don't know if that works. Text. I don't know. Dread on arrival general. And call this let's see. This one permission should be playtesters. Everyone is not available. Let me see. This is always a little bit confusing, I think. Okay. Should be able to view channels. Hopefully. Let's see. I don't know if you already heard me say it, but where am I? It is kind of like FTL. Like similar to FTL, but not quite. Retector, you submitted some discussion here. Would you like to hear your answer now? Let's see. Reading now. Oh, you guys are having a bunch of conversation. Okay, I haven't caught up to this. I'm gonna let y'all handle that. Never mind. Never mind, y'all be having convo. Carry on. All right. I guess I should make a new role. It should be self sign up, I think. How do I update this? Edit onboarding. Onboarding is enabled. I don't know if you can change onboarding while you're doing this. Thanks for the follow, Lord Corian. Question, post join question. Let's see. Maybe I should have different invite. I don't know how to do it. How do I do it so that people, what's the easiest way for people to sign up for Dread on Arrival playtesting without getting access for everything else? I feel like it's the onboarding. Okay, hold on. What do you like to focus on during game development? Blah, blah, blah. It's okay. I'm going to add one more thing here. Dread on Arrival playtest. Part of Dread on Arrival game announcements, and wants to playtest and provide feedback. Survey included. All right. We're going to assign a role called play, or not this. Playtest. Oop. Like that. Everyone must have view permission for channel used in answers. Okay. I don't know what that means. Spaceship. Is there a spaceship? Space. There you go. Okay. All right. Whoever's on stream right now and paying attention right now, do me a favor. Are you able to see this option One, you got to do the test of like, I can't see this channel. You can't see this channel, first of all. And when you go to the role and you click this, you're able to see the channel. That's, I think. I guess I should make a announcement. Everyone. Hello. Sorry for pinging everyone today. We are creating a new role for Dread on Arrival playtesters. This would involve playtesting and receiving announcement for my upcoming game. Oh, great. Thanks, Tony. Game Dread on Arrival. To gain the channel access and future updates, go to channels. Where can I do that? Channels and role. Channels, roles, and add the role. Thanks. There you go. So you were able to see the general and the suggestions, but not the writer room, right? Great. Sick. All right. Well, kind of done. I got to create the playtest survey, but that's something I need to do after the game works. Thank you, Tony, for testing. Appreciate it. Okay. Whoa. Where were we? Freeing. Yes. So we are removing a piece and then it removes it from the turn queue, I thought. But it seems like it's not. Given that the freed piece is still there. Unless this doesn't happen automatically quickly. I want to see. Hold on. Find print file for removal. Couldn't find. And let me just do this real quick. Let's see if the missile actually works. We're here. If I and turn, well, let me launch. Okay. So it should be found for removal. It was removed. So on the next turnaround, it should be already freed. But it's breaking here because it's like, hey, this piece is null. Doesn't exist. It's kind of annoying. Yeah. Why is it going through that? If it's found and it's removing it. Oh, is it just deleting? It's not deleting and condensing it? Oh, we got to do pop at or remove at, erase. Okay. Good to know. Remove at just leaves a slot empty, like random access array, which makes sense because that's what it's based on. So that now it'll work, I think. Let me just make sure I get rid of all the print statements. As annoying as that is. Somewhere in here. Okay, this should be good now. All right? So we're gonna turn off and turn. Oh, it's still freed. Wait, what? I popped it out. It's gone. It shouldn't be there anymore. Seriously, what the heck? Ugh. It could be this asyncness that's causing the issue, but that doesn't make sense. Okay. So the turn queue has a bunch of stuff. None of them are null. Though, should it be? 14 objects. You know what? I'm going to do... Okay. Oh. Oh. This method shifts every... Yeah. Okay, okay. It's this. Silly me. Okay, so we're removing it. We're getting rid of it from the turn queue. We're freeing it. It's not going to be available. Another thing is that they're executing immediately. I want it to look like each piece highlighting, moving one at a time, and potentially fast forwarding. So I want to give a little break between the movement. So on this for AI, where we're going through each piece one at a time, we're actually going to wait for the piece to finish, or actually rather, we can't wait on a timer. Is it from the viewport? Create timer. We'll say that 1 second might be a little bit too long, but we'll see how that works out for each of the pieces for that forced timeout. So go 1, 2, 3. Okay, that doesn't look half bad. But it seemed like it was waiting on the asteroids as well. We're going to make it so that there's some indicator that says, hey, like this will never move. This has no reason to move. So we'll probably make sure we filter this out properly. So we can only await if these are like actually actionable things, like so. 1 second seemed okay for now. Maybe that can be changed, but looks pretty good, I think. There you go. So we have, let's say I launch a missile, I end turn like that. And then it comes over here. It says invalid access to property or key has moved this turn on based. Oh. Oh, right, because they just got added and it got destroyed immediately. Interesting. I mean, they got removed. So why is it still? Oh, because this was initial. Okay. I think is it null? Is piece null or freed? Mark for free. Okay. So if it is null, we move on, I think. All right, let's try that again. Nice. The missiles didn't move. It awaited on things, but didn't move. Don't like. All right, let's see. Over here, AI logic. On turn action gets executed. Playing this already. New position will be its current grid position plus the launch direction. Should be correct. The update grid position for this particular piece is not working out. Slow debugging, as we do. This is what we do. Game development in a nutshell. Okay. Is it because it hasn't been reset? I do wonder. All right, I'm going to put a marker here. Yeah, it never comes to this side. Okay. All right. Also, it's waiting too much. If it has nothing to do, it shouldn't wait, I think. Yeah, if it has nothing to do, it shouldn't wait. So navigation AI on enemy AI. If the cooldown, otherwise we're going to continue basically. We're not going to do anything here. We're waiting 1 second when we're launching. We come over here. I think the issue is that has moved this turn is not being reset potentially. Even though I want it to be reset, I wanted it to reset on the beginning of the turn. This gets set to true. On state transition, we made it so that the pieces all get set to false here. Well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. All right. Start the game. You know what's funny about streaming the development process and still collecting playtesters through it? You guys get to see everything. Like there's no mystery. Okay. It's all good. And then now if I end it again, immediately there are pieces. Wait, what? Hold on. As a null piece, okay. But why is there a null piece? Wait, why are they null? Does it not come over here? It never gets down here. Let me see what piece this is. Godot says, do you create utility Godot packages for your games, or do you include everything in your game's code base? I do both in some sense. I mean, it's hard to... Okay. So there's a certain amount of headache when you're trying to generalize some utility stuff. But when that is clear, when that direction is clear, like for example, when I was making like a star implementation or priority data structure or my dialogue plugin, I mean, it's its own utility package. A lot of times it's like a lot of one-off things where there's like a single function that I need specifically that might be utility that I end up not doing that. But I think over time, what I'm noticing is that there are a few code snippets that I copy and paste across different projects, that's when I start to make it into a package, I think. Because the overhead is still, there's an overhead of thinking, how do I make this so that it's generalizable in more than one project? And I try to avoid that step of thinking sometimes. Let's see. 5.3. 5.3. What's on 5.3? Oh, it's the FTL point. Yeah, that's gonna skip. This one is... So none of them is a missile. It's kind of annoying. So it went once. And it's gone? It's not part of the queue anymore. Why was it being removed? Let's see. Over here, I come here. I mean, missile is part of combat's piece, right? It is. Unless I named this wrong. It's kind of annoying. It's right. Oh, does this never trigger? I think it never triggers. No, it does. Okay. We're setting the has moved this turn to false for all of them. I think we're looking for ones that are in 4-3 and 4-2. 4-3 and 4-2. So this one, grid position 0-0. Hold on. Piece 4-3 and 4-2, right? 5-3. 5-3 is FTL or the ship. This one is 5-3 still. 1-1. That's the ship, player ship. 5-2. That's the enemy ship. 3-3. Asteroid. Then this one is 2-1. Asteroid. 2-2. We said 4-3 and 4-2 anyway, so I'm just gonna fast forward. 4-3 and 4-2. Oh, there it is. 4-3 with a appropriate launch direction. And it has moved this turn. Does get set to false, which it already is false somehow. Mr. Hey, Last Phoenix says Windows 7? No, it's just the overlay. The overlay is the Windows XP actually. Nostalgic thing. Mr. Protector, unfortunately we can't develop games off browsers like this. Mr. Protector says, what's up again? I was away a little bit with stuff. I understand, that happens. Your Discord message got me laughing a little bit. Lol, why? What happened? Did I say something? What did I say? Oh, you mean here? I was about to answer. I was about to read it and then say something, but I realized it was a huge conversation. I was like, I'm not catching up on this. Never mind. Unless you can summarize what this means. I mean, I might in the future, just not now. Seems like there's already a healthy amount of conversation happening anyways. Which reminds me, seed mechanic, I see. Seed mechanic is always interesting. I suppose I should pin message eventually. We are collecting playtesters. So you know what? I should probably add that somewhere. I don't know how I'm gonna. Protector says about modifiers that alter map generation and how to carry that into seed. We figured out that we can't. Oh. I see. That's unfortunate. I don't like, why couldn't you though? Well, I'll catch up. That's an interesting problem. Let's see. I mean, seed doesn't determine like how much should the seed determine the randomness? Like seed shouldn't determine enemies' behavior, right? Or should it? Or is it just the map generation? You know? Okay. Anyways. So it seems like it is setting it to false. So when the AI turn comes along, and then we come over here. Wait, what? Oh yes, it's player turn now. Everything is false. I do end turn, it comes over here. It grabs elements from the turn queue for each of the pieces. 5-3. So we're looking for again 4-3 and 4-2. That's what we're looking for. 4-3 and 4-2. This is 1-1. 5-3. 5-2. Oh wait. This turn is gonna just blow things up, so that doesn't count. We gotta do it again here. And turn, it's gonna launch missiles. Hello? We gotta wait. Okay. Missile has launched. We're gonna come to AI turn over here. It got reset already. If I end turn, come over here. We're looking for ones that are 4-3 and 4-2. It's towards the end, I'm sure. 3, because they got edit at the end. 4-3 and 4-2 is what we're looking. Wait, why 5-3 again? Oh, there's 2 components there. Okay. I freaked out for a little bit. 3-3. Looking for 4-3 and 4-2. Okay. 2-1, 2-2, 3-0. 0-3. Null. Null? Hello? Why? And another null. Why? Those are the... all the Okay. First of all, those missiles that blew up, they need to be removed from the array, but they're still there. Second, this is the missile. 4-3 is this guy right here. And this one hasn't moved this turn. Just going to come over here, skip through. It's not enemy, it's neutral and a missile. Right? So should... why didn't it go in there? Wait, what? Did I spell neutral? Oh my gosh. I forgot that I spelled neutral wrong. Yeah, natural. That's what we're supposed to call it, not neutral. Sorry. Hold on. What if I update this? Is that going to break everything? Oh, hey, Fubar's here too. Okay, Mr. Protector, it's y'all's conversation, I know. Mr. Protector says, well, it was a big conversation, modifiers and seeding, decided that it can't be done. It's because of RNG changes choices when list of chosen enemies, for example, changes due to modifier like no easy enemies. Oh, I see. Right, because the parameters changes based on these randomness. Unless you determine everything in the beginning and then you do like parallel randomization and don't do anything else, like you have a branched seed, right? Where you do random number generated pre-execution and then you get those numbers. So, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like you have a bucket. You have the pre-generated random number bucket in the beginning. So you have like 100 random numbers for map generation, 100 random numbers for character movement, 100 random numbers for blah, blah, blah. Then there won't be influence. Mr. Protector says, okay, for your matter, I forwarded useful info about the combo so you don't need to read the whole thing. I see. Magic Foobar says, Protector, I've got a working solution with Bitflex changed into hex value to shorten it. Would look like... And hi, everyone. Hi, Magic Foobar. Welcome. Protector says, goddamn it, Foobar. What an ugly looking string cannot lie. Hey, or it's a elegant looking string. Hey, John. Welcome. All right, I think this should work now. Still, there's an issue with nullness. I think it's because the freeing of the action is happening before the array is removed, or before the entity is removed from the array. So, I think this turn queue, when we're removing it, we do this. We should probably get rid of it from the turn queue first and see where this is being called. Go through every one of them. So this is removing then free. Simple enough. I mean, I don't know why it's doing that. It's removing it, then freeing it. So why is that order not working? That seems pretty straightforward. Is it because of this guy? This one also. Remove, then free. Remove, then free. I might have to hold on. Let's take a look at. I want to mark this so I see what the situation is. Magic says it's ugly, elegant ugly. I don't sugarcoat it, Ezra. There's no sugarcoat. All right, we don't have to worry about this. Ultra kill reference. I'm not going to sugarcoat about it. All right. Okay. It executes the main. I don't need to worry about that. It's removing a piece. Piece still exists. Turn queue currently has 11 elements. After executing this, 10 elements. Nice. Piece still exists. We go down. And right outside here, so we go down and then free the piece. Resume. Come back. This one is about to execute. Nice. Hey, look at that. It's great. Okay. One last thing. I want to debug and make sure that these like nullness doesn't happen now. Like this makes no sense that I need to prevent this. Like why is there nullness in this queue? Because a new piece is getting added and potentially that gets destroyed. I suppose. But why is this stacking up? I'm gonna have to print this map out every time, I think, to see if any of the components are null. All right. This might be the best way to do it. Fastest way to do it. Hey, Dre Fuzz says, we like it when things work. Exactly. but I'm not going to stop at just things working. Okay. That's good. No null here. All right. Freed object. There's one freed object here, which I'm guessing is this guy. So why is it in there? Why is it in there? It got freed in the previous turn. So why is it in the array? I confirm that they go away. So why is the freed object still in the array? What? Ah! What are you talking about? It gets erased over here. It's gone. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm going to do this here. I'm going to print the turn queue here. Print post removal. And then have one for pre-AI main. And then debug it this way. Dreyfus says, I love when I get freed object errors when I'm like, do I need to defer somewhere? I mean, why would I need to if I'm actually organizing and executing, right? I don't think removing from the array structure itself is async. That happens on command, right? I don't get it. Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Sheesh. I didn't see it. Retector says, by the way, want to share something personal. Tomorrow, I'm going to start my new web dev assignment, making some websites, starting with design. Recently, I also installed Arch Linux. I actually don't know what Arch Linux is. Manually, and love this whole console interaction. And I'm generally happy that I was able to do that. Oh, yes. I do love the console and terminal interaction that you get to do in Linux and Unix machines. That's also why, actually, when I was working at a company, I preferred working with MacBook as opposed to Windows laptop. Because working with the shell, like the shell commands, is actually easier to do it with the MacBook's terminal. Unless you obviously use Linux or Unix machine. Just because MacBook OS is, the Mac OS is Unix based. Mr. Protector says console interaction and I'm generally happy. Maybe it's freed from, maybe it's freed from the scene, but not from the RAM's memory. I mean, that's the assumption, but like, why is it saying that it was free, but then it wasn't free? Is it referring to a different sections? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Dreyfus says Windows PowerShell is closer to terminal for macOS Linux. Yeah, I actually know. I have my friend is in a Windows PowerShell team. It's kind of janky the way they do it. The commands. So what they're doing is that basically they're trying to make a one-to-one mapping of all the Unix shell commands, but they're still underneath using Windows command prompt. Or if it doesn't exist, they need to make their own. So that has a bunch of side effects, which is kind of funny when they talk about it. I mean, it's been a while since they talked about it. That was like 4 years ago when they were working on it first. Tony says, I also have Arch Linux. Is it Arch or Arch? I mean, I'm thinking Arch. Oh, Arch. Okay, like cherry. Okay. Mr. Protector says, I mean, never mind. By the looks, you have like 100 times more experience than me. I don't know, dude. Doesn't matter. Hey, doesn't matter amount of experience gives me some intuition on things that helps me solve things, but at the same time, anybody can solve a problem faster than anyone. You know what I mean? Everybody has an insight that's worth listening to. Godot says, I use Arch, by the way, too. I see. Arch, CH like cherry. Linux is a Linux distro that comes with Almost nothing from the box. Oh, so you install everything yourself, allowing to go. Oh, that's fun. You actually get to start blank. And installing manually is some challenge for beginners because you start with creating memory table for disks, formatting them to extensions like NTFS or extension for mounting disks to system. Wow, you're actually like having to configure everything. Fun. I mean, definitely a speed running on understanding how managing drivers and memory and system is like. I mean, that's why they made operating system like Windows in the first place, because it's like it's supposed to make it more user friendly, right? But yeah, I guess all the cool people are using Linux. Magic 4 says, hey Ezra, next random question. Do you use Git? I do. I mean, I use a lot of Git when I was working. That's the only reason I use it. But before I started working at Amazon like 15 years ago, at school we learned SVN. That was the de facto version controller at the time. Can you imagine? Like actually connecting it on the directory? That was kind of crazy. I mean, it was actually pretty good. Mono repo and everything. But once I experienced Git, at first it was a little confusing, but it was really nice, I do think. But Git has its own issue. Mr. Protector has is the biggest documentation in the whole Linux world and guide to install it, lol. I mean, I can't imagine. But it's cool that there's a community for all the supports and that you are able to do it. Sounds fun. Dreyfus says, haha, thank you for reminding me to push my work today. Yeah, push your work. Godot says, I moved all my development off Windows. That's probably a good idea. Though I don't know. I mean, game development being in Windows is probably a good advantage just because a lot of the machines are still running off of it. Though that is actually not true, is it? It's moving away, isn't it? With the Android development basically being based on Linux, right? When it was first coming out. And then also like Steam Deck. And there's a multiple operating system difference in different devices. I guess the original PC gaming is Windows is king is probably changing a little bit, I guess. I don't know. Still a little biased, I guess. Okay. So I want to see what's happening here. So look, see? This one happens post removal, right? So this array, the missile launched and got destroyed. And the array has been updated. And there's no freed piece here. This is fresh. So when I end my turn again, when nothing gets launched, and then two of them moves forward, why is there a freed object? What? Hold on. Let me see. Is it 1-to-1? Oh. Wait, array removal is delayed. Hold on. I think the erase command is delayed command. Why is the erase command delayed? Hello? Why is that async? Is there any sense in that? Why is the array erase a delayed action? There's still free object. What is happening here? What's going on? Hold on. Is there something else that's getting removed? Wait, what? Hold on. Ugh. Am I crazy? What? Okay. Godot says, I use ClearCase at work. It's the worst. Never heard of that. Okay. Speaking of Okay. Speaking of using OS system that you've never heard of, when I was in college, I worked at a nanotechnology center, and they used this device, and a lot of the machines were Unix machines, and they use a Sun OS. Sun. That's Oracle OS. Isn't that crazy? Anyways, this whole free thing is annoying me. Let me catch up on the chat here. Godot says, I mean, also all your server code is going to be targeting Linux distro. Yes, true. Whether you're running it on Docker container or on the bare metal, unless you're using Windows Box for some reason, lol. Some people do, but it's rarely. I haven't seen like Windows 2000, right? That's what people usually use if they do. Dreyfus says, 2 things are being freed, maybe? It also looks like 141, except those 2. Wait, 3 freed objects. No, 4 freed objects. Look. I don't know, dude. I gotta figure this out one at a time. I'll figure it out, but it's kind of annoying. Mr. Protector says, I heard that the rule of thumb for Git is that you push your work when you have nothing broken. So when you return to that version of the application, you don't have a ton of bugs. That is if you're working by yourself. If you're working in a company environment that requires you to have code review for push, typically they would like for you to have a one functioning chunk, right? Because every push needs to be testable. Essentially, I mean, sometimes you break that rule. A lot of times you break that rule. But the idea is every time you push, your push comes with the test, or it is a non-breakable version because you have auto deployment system, right? Because in big companies, what they do is that they have auto cherry picking or auto deployment where it runs the test suite, and if it's good, then it pushes to the prod on schedule, or depending on what team you're on, you approve it once a week. You go over what changes has been pushed, and the commit message has to be like, this fixes blah blah blah, or like some entity, right? So if you have these like broken pieces that are the commits, that may not fly as much. That might be considered frivolous commits. I don't know. It really depends. There's really no easy solution. I mean, that's why you commit locally and then you merge and rebase all your local commits into public. I mean, so I guess you do commit everything locally as long as you have the lock so that you may be able to rebase and reshuffle everything. But yeah. But then it comes with like the problem with the frequent commit can come with the problem with like, if you commit it locally while you were working on a previous snapshot and somebody else pushes some changes that potentially touches the part of the code that you were working on, but then like it's in between your commits, then you may have some merge headache where you go, oh my gosh, if I committed all at once, this merge conflict would be a lot easier to handle. So, I don't know. Rule of thumb is meant to be broken. Magic Force says any version control is better than copying folders, which I had to do in my first company for years. Yeah, I had a thumb drive, just moving things over. Mr. Protector says, also, I would love for Linux and open source software to be more popular because I love free and available software without all big bro company dramas. Yes, I agree. And that's why I'm on Godot as well. But there is the sense of like, I wish my contribution can be monetized in some way so that I can continue to do it. And I know that's why a lot of people do donation-based systems. So I guess that's what I can do. Medic Fubar says, +1 that. Protector says, can you print out freed object before action so you can see what it is? Yeah, sure, I guess. Magic Force is Sun. I feel old now. Yeah, it's called Sun. Magic Force and solve merge conflict. Yay! Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Dreyfus says, yeah, this do not push broken stuff unless you got people making you lol. I was recently using OneDrive version control. Whoa. Yeah, that's interesting. Do they have commit diff on OneDrive? Like, can you actually go to previous versions on OneDrive and do a diff? Because, I mean, that's one of the biggest conflict resolution, cherry picking, and diff is a huge tool that you need in version control, I feel. No, dude, I think it's just a version per file. Okay, I'll have to say this, though. Godot project file, like scenes, they're terrible for version control. The way they like reshuffle things with like minor changes. So, because sometimes it detects it as a difference, but if you don't commit it along with it, then it breaks the whole thing. Kinessa says that's what open source tools like KDiff3 are for. True. Anyways, all right, let's get smarter about this. So we're gonna start. Boom. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 objects here. If I enter, we're adding 3. So we have 13, or not 13, 12 minus 1, 11. There should be 11 objects post removal. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's two extra objects. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, how come these have names and these don't? Oh, it's because they're replicas. 1. So the FTL piece, ship piece, Hauser piece is the enemy ship. We got the asteroid pieces, and we have 2 missile pieces? Oh, bye, Retector. Thanks for streaming today. Thank you for conversation and good vibes. Yeah, no problem. All right. Oh, past midnight. All right, Retector. I'll see you later. Well, I'm glad that I'm able to see you guys more often now that I am earlier. So, matter of fact, I'm going to try to stick around a little longer today because this week I've been doing early stream. Typically, until like last week, this is about the time I start streaming, usually. So, we'll see. So, maybe this is where we're going to keep going. Today feels a little bit better. Yes, AC is still broken. They're like, oh, the replacement part is incompatible. We found the fastest one. It's coming in November 15th. Or something like that. They're like, contact your property insurance people to get some compensations or whatever. So I'm like, okay. But it is a little bit chillier, so I'm handling it. But I am still sweaty. But I think I got what the issue is. The issue is, all right, everyone, the issue is I'm not deduping when I'm adding things into the turn queue. And I should. Does that make sense? I think so. So if I go to the combat map here, when I'm adding things to the turn queue, but this, I thought this would dedupe. So basically what I'm saying is, hey, if the piece... Oh. I see. Yeah. Well, yeah, it is holding objects that I'm freeing, but I was assuming that it was removing it before freeing it, but it is removing it. Only problem is that there's multiple copies of that object in that array. So I need to make sure there is a dedupe when I'm pushing it into the array for both cases. So if this is the case, then we shouldn't push it, right? And this is a problem because we did upsert instead of insert, strict insert. So whatever. This should fix it. And alternatively, I could say find all spots instead of just doing single find, but I would rather detect error through or bug through error than silently passing. So we're going to go over here. We're going to change this logic so that it doesn't filter out the freed object potentially. And this should break if things don't work as expected. Dreyfus says the erase should probably dedupe for you. I used erase originally and it didn't work. That's why I changed it to the find and pop at. I don't know. I mean, if it's supposed to, something's happening. Clean. No error. There we go. Wait, this one didn't move. Wait, why didn't it move? Oh. It is an array. It's not a set. It's order. I'm using the turn queue as a array because I need the order importance and I don't want to keep track with the number. But it's working, okay? It's working. It's clean. It's clean. We're good. Magic Foodbar says, is it the same ID? They don't share ID. I'm using instance ID. They're an array. So it's going to use the reference ID as the reference ID as in the array address of the data as probably a hash key to detect if it's the same or not. All right. I think Twitch folks are on ad. Boo. Kinexus says, did you get the AC fixed yet? I get cranky when it's over 75. Yeah, it's crazy. I really want to turn on the fan, but it's okay. I'm dealing with it. I'm gonna get some water though while the ad is running. So YouTube folks, I'm sorry. I'll be gone for a little bit, but I'll be back. Just temporary fan break. I'm gonna mute myself so you guys don't hear this fan. Letting the room ventilate. It says there's still 30 seconds of fan or ads left. Oh my god. It looks like I have a wig on. No, I do not have a wig on. It's all natural. My hairline is mine. Kinexo says, yes, the glorious fan. Yeah, this fan is a little bit loud. I have a smaller one that's not as loud, but that one is ventilating the house right now. Dreyfus says, just Fabio hair. Yeah, exactly. You wish you had my hairline at 36. No, I'm just kidding. There's no need to. Oh, okay, I guess I shouldn't like antagonize any group of people. Just triggering people out here. Yeah. Dreyfus says, I think erase just removes the data. It says it deletes it. So I read the doc, which we should do. And that's why I moved it, being like, yeah, maybe the doc is wrong. But if you look at the erase doc, it says it shifts it. So this method shifts every element's index. So it works. It works. I think it was working before right now. Only thing is that I noticed that one of the missile didn't move. I don't know if it was like me imagining it, but I felt like it didn't move. Right? And then let's say I'm going to launch one too. So this one is later. This one didn't move because I just launched it. Okay. Hold on. Okay, we gotta make sure if it goes out of bound, it goes away. Whee! Is it forever moving? This is pretty cool though. It's working. Dreyfus says, well, I mean, it says it right there. You're right. yeah, I read my doc. Come on, guys. No. Dreyfus says, you're right. Kinessa says, I probably would if I didn't habitually put my hair in a bun because long hair bothers me, but my whole family says I look weird with short hair or no beard. You know what's funny? The whole like the tight bun situation, it does pull on your hairline. I've seen many cases. But I mean, if people are used to seeing you like that, then that's what it is. Whatever, you should just surprise them. Just go get one of those like what kids these days get. What is it called? Like fringe fade or whatever. I've never gotten a fade before, so I don't know how that's going to look on me. I don't think most Asian people have fade because they have a different hair structure, but yeah. Anyways, that's a bit of a distraction. Let's see who's hiding here. Ah, watermelon. I just force spawned watermelon out here. Watermelon was hiding, pretending that they're not here. Conexa says, eventually I'll pull my hairline back so far it looks like Dreyfus. Wow. Shots fired. That's funny. Y'all funny. Oh, I guess I should follow Kinexus as well so I can raid you guys if you're online. All right, I think everything is working pretty nicely. One thing I did notice is that the missile can go out of bound. I do think that we should make it so that it gets removed when it goes out of bound. I think I'm going to do that on the same spot as collision detection, which is the grid handler. Dreyfus says, bro, let me bald, okay? It glistens. Yeah. Put lotion and sunscreen on so that it's extra shiny. It's very important. More important to protect all your scalp. I mean, it's one thing to bald, but it's another to get skin cancer, so, and wrinkle. Kinexus says, I wouldn't mind that. Also, me and Dreyfus are friends in real life. I'm not just being mean to him. I see. Hey, I don't know. I thought it was some serious case of, what do you call? Oh, man. Every time I try to remember this word, I can't remember it. Where it's like phenomena of people thinking that the streamers are their real friends. Pseudo. No, not pseudo. Gosh, why can't I remember? See, this is me getting old. Parasocial relationship. That's right. You're right, Kid Nexus. You're right. Parasocial. Why can I never remember this? Godot, parasocial. Yeah, exactly. Parasocial. Yeah, I thought it was some extreme case of it. I mean, I have parasocial relationship with every one of you guys. Magic Food Bar says, wait, you're not my real friend? I am as real as anyone. But once again, I don't know you in person. So, like, I might do things for you and in remembrance of you. But Magic Food Bar says, I'm shocked. No. Dreyfus said, bro, you're saying we're not best friends and I can't tell people I know you? What? Yeah, you should be like, hey, I know this dude that I met. And people were like, oh, yeah, where did you meet this guy? I'm like, oh, I watch his stream. And he said my name, my screen name. Yeah, we're pretty close. And sometimes it feels that way, especially if I'm like addressing you as a name, right? Personally. Like, I know you. I know you. He knows my name. Yeah, screen name. All right. Thanks for the follow, Kosh Mike. Kosh, or is it Cosmic with H? I think it's Cosmic or Cosmic. Is Cosmic with lisp? Cosmic? Or Sean Connery saying Cosmic. Do people know Sean Connery anymore? If I refer to Sean Connery, will people know who that is? Dreyfus says, lol, it's Cosmic. It's Sean Connery. Yep. 1000%. All right. All right. Oh, so you know this person as well. Okay, good. Cosmic. Sean Connery. I actually... Yeah, anyways. Never mind. I don't want to show my name. Magic Food Bar says, like the green screen cheat. What? I don't know what that means. By the way, is it green screen again or real? Oh, you mean like when I tricked people with the green screen? No, it's real. It's real. All right, everyone. This is officially a room reveal. Here's my room. You see a lot of little trinkets. You see this one. I got it when I went to Japan. It was one of the crane games. And I was like, oh my gosh, I have to get that one. So I got that. I got a lot of stuff. That link right there. You see the link? I got that with the crane machine as well. I got really good at when I went to Japan, that's all we did. And I got really good at it. And that's all our gifts. So that's a link. Big one. Oh gosh. Look at that one. Yeah, see, it's huge. It's like the size of my face. And we got Pathfinder 2nd edition core rulebook. So of course we're gonna play some tabletop RPG here on this chat. Maybe someday. Dreyfus says, oh shoot, I gotta go pick up my kiddos. Have a fabulous day, gang. No 0 days. Bye. Have fun. Magic Force says, yeah, sure. It's real. I can't believe it. Yeah, it's real. Connexus says, ooh, I wish I could go to Japan. Me and my wife always talk about wanting to go and do gaijin stuff. Honestly, it was my first time going. I mean, I've had overlay before because I visit Korea every now and then, which ethnically I'm Korean. But it was really fun. It was actually easy to navigate by just knowing English. Of course, I would recommend learning Japanese phrases and attempting to say those things because you gain respect by trying. It's kind of like etiquette thing. But they will, you know, if they switch over to English and you're like, oh, yes, you know, speak. That's fine. Really fun. My first time, and then I went for 3 weeks, which is a lot. So, yeah. And I think, I mean, I don't know how it is now, but I think right now is as best time as any, just because yen is so cheap. So you get more with your dollar right now, though I don't know if the dollar situation has changed. Brainzap says, how is code? The code is functioning. We just finished debugging a bunch of complex stuff, so we're in a good spot. We're trying to sort out a few minor things, but we have turns. We have turns and actions. Look, I'll show you for those of you who's just joining today. We have an end turn button here. You have some hostile ships. I should probably tell people that this is a FTL point. FTL means in order to escape this combat, you have to get to here. But that's besides the point. So we have select a crew member, go over here and launch a missile. And then you can move like that. And then maybe put on a little suit. Well, I guess I should power off everything. Put on a suit and then turn. Boom. You see they're launching. And I'm going to say, I don't want to get hit by this. So I'm going to launch another missile and move and wait. You can see that these missiles go one at a time. Like that. Oh, they exploded. Run into each other. It does seem like it's going to be really hard to kill things. I don't know how I can do that. It doesn't seem like it's possible, honestly, because people are just shooting at each other. But it's something. Only thing right now, though, I guess one thing I can do is try to weave. All right, let me try to kill the ship and see if I can figure this out. All right. Oh. Okay, that's... So ideally, launch a missile, launch another one, and then move away, right? One. Okay, so it's kind of working. There's a way to do it. I feel like 3 health is a lot, but it's working. We'll figure it out. One thing is, though, the missiles are traveling infinitely into the void. I mean, that makes sense that it does that in a space. Or not a space, in space, but you know, it doesn't make sense for the memory, so we'll have to figure that out. So that goes away. Toire, no. Yeah, toire wa doko desu ka? You got to do the wa or ka. I guess for toilet, ka is probably appropriate. Because if you do wa, it's more like as for this. It's not is, it's as for this. So in context, if you say as for toilet, where is it? Versus where is the toilet, I think. But anyways. Yeah. Kinexo says, I blame Duolingo Bird. Yeah, exactly. Brainstep says, nice work. Thank you. Hey, Apollo. Welcome, welcome. Godot says, how are you liking being full-time indie so far? I mean, I like it. It's amazing. It's the best thing that has happened to me in my life. Only thing is financial difficulty, right? So once it becomes, I think that's the best thing, or that's the crux of it. This is an ideal job for me because I love doing this. Making contents, streaming, making videos, making games, considering marketing, all these things are really fun for me. So I like it. Now, it just needs to pay for my meal and my rent and upon other things. But, you know, part of that payment also comes as a game publishing, right? So I don't know. Pros and cons. I've been doing this for what, like 2 years now. I'm only now seriously trying to look for launching things. But we'll see, we'll see. I mean, YouTube is doing okay. That's providing something, but I'm going to get on it. So it'll be good again. Magic Food Bar says the missile could go around the map. That would be crazy. I think that would be like if we add new components like a bent space, like around black hole or something like that. Yeah, wormhole features. I do love that. I think that's a great idea. That'll add some sort of like environmental variation, and that will decide like which way you go and what's harder, what's easier for you. Magic Footwear says, I'll edit in Discord. Yeah. Oh, by the way, everyone, make sure you sign up for playtesting this game for the roguelike version. You can go to channels and roles and add Dread on Arrival playtest as your little thing to gain access to this channel called Dread on Arrival for DOA general and suggestions. Later, we're probably gonna focus on providing survey, but yeah, you are officially on the team. How are you liking Beyond Full Anime Mimasu? Kinex is just so funny. Kinex says, it must be awesome waking up every day working on your own thing. It is awesome. And also being your own boss is definitely awesome. And doing what you love. But it becoming a job where the struggle... Okay, so I think this is an artist struggle in general. Because you do know the answer. There's like a whole creative slash like, I guess it's creative morality of like creating art for artists is different from creating art for general public, right? And the whole thing about like, okay, picking your audience, serving the audience in order to make ends meet with that. So there's a consideration of being some sort of like being aware of marketing, being aware of how to like market yourself. And there's that sacrifice of like, okay, well, if I were to do this for myself and my own satisfaction, I might go this way versus doing this. And then finding that in between where I'm like, okay, so I'm doing YouTube. I could easily do like, I honestly think YouTube is not that hard. I could probably get a lot more viewers if I went a certain way. So I could make a game design or programming related content where I talk about my Google and Amazon experience and just kind of bash on all these things and promise some of these like viral stuff and come up with these like keywords. But that's just like not something I want to do, right? And so in the spirit of like, hey, I'm doing this while doing game development and I want to make like wholesome content, balancing that with touching general audience is a little bit of a headache. So that's kind of where it gets a little bit tricky. Brains says, it would be funny if the game had some chess moves so chess players feel at home and the Space Marine boarding move uses horse pattern. Yeah, I think that could be a good idea. I mean, there's a lot of opportunity, obviously, because it's a technical thing. And I could invoke some knowledge from chess, which honestly is not a bad idea. I think there could be an interesting thing like maneuvers. Instead of just being a simple move, let's say you add a plugin to your ship, which is by the way, end goal. Like you can upgrade your ship by attaching modules to the ship, and these modules you might find them in different areas, or like you get alien modules that you don't understand it exactly, but then you understand its function, which may allow you to have that kind of stuff, which can be really cool. So we can have like the one special action that gets given by the module that goes on cooldown, where you have maneuvers like horse maneuver, whatever. Call it. Hey, Yusuf. Yusuf says, good evening, Ezra. You're awesome today. Thank you. I appreciate that. You are awesome today too, Yusuf. Miss Magic says, is it the suggestion channel or Dread on Arrival Colin? I removed it. Well, I changed the permission. So as I said, Magic Foobar, in order to gain access to the suggestion forum and DOA general, go to the channel and role and click on Dread on Arrival playtest. Now I'm opening up for playtesters only for now. You're signing up for playtesting essentially. So you'll get that access again. Yeah, very cool idea. Okay, music is gone again. I'm going to see if Chillhop is back on. It was offline earlier. Yay, it's on. Okay. Let's get that Chillhop going. Try to... It's going to be loud in the beginning. There we go. There you go. Now we're chilling. Now we're chilling. Okay. Out-of-bound missiles. Out-of-bound missiles. What we're going to do here, I think the grid handler, which has been handling the behavior of impact right here, damage target, remove piece from the grid. So this is the target being removed. The missile piece being removed on collision. We also want to do the same thing. If it is not colliding, but out of bound. So if it is colliding or out of bound, then it should get destroyed. How does it determine if it is out of bound? That is determined by the grid coordinate, right? Obviously. I think they can do that by saying battle grid. I think I made a function that says, is it inside? Let me look at it. Battle grid. Get grid limits. Local to grid, clear grid, render grid. I swear there was one. Is it on the map info? Might be on map info actually. Let's see, map info, combat state, info, add piece, get piece, grid position. I swear I made one. I don't know where it went. Let me see. Cancel grid selection, get missile piece, place overlay, place range overlay, get position in exact range, clear overlay. I guess not. I thought I did. Oh, it's position on map. Hey, there we go. All right, so battle grid is position in map. We're going to get the piece and get its grid position. There you go. And if it is out of bound, meaning this is it, then we're going to blow it up as well. All right, let's test it out. All right, standard combat starts. And we'll just, I guess we'll move the ship. Launch a missile. And then just wait until... This one didn't move this time. This is what I'm saying. Sometimes it doesn't work. I need to know when it doesn't work. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Oh. It's out of bound, but it hasn't removed itself. Hold on. Let's look. Right? That one is out of bound. Oh, it's awaiting on... Oh, it's awaiting on explosion animation. That's why. Okay. Okay. We need to do this separately, I think. And then I'll wait on the collision animation. And if it's out of bound, remove it. Yeah. Okay. So it was stuck forever. Rick says, any experience overriding the _get virtual method? Like for the variable itself, only experience I have is like this. Like this thing. That's the only experience I have for the property get. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. Then I can help you. Otherwise, I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. The _get. Let's see. For which property? You can't override the get method on anything extended from object. What does it do though? Oh, get property. It is virtual. Override this method to customize the behavior of get, right? Where you're getting the property name. I see. I mean, it's a virtual method, so there's no like. Does it tell you when it gets triggered? It doesn't. This method is not called when getting built-in properties of an object. So this does get called otherwise when you're getting things. Interesting. So this gets called automatically on any... Huh. Rick says, I am using it to programmatically extend the properties on an object. So you're trying to get a property and you want the return type to be different from what it's registered as a property. I mean, that makes sense. Unfortunately, I don't have any experience using that. But if you share your struggle, I'm sure somebody, or we can theorize what the answer is. Magic Forest says, ideas at it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. We wanted to test the missile blowing up. Yep. Or not blowing up, but moving out. So I'll move him over here. Launch a missile. This one didn't move this time. We gotta figure out when it doesn't move. It's kind of annoying. Okay, this went away. Okay. It seems like anytime a missile explodes on impact, the next missile doesn't move. Right? Let me see. This one just exploded, so this didn't move. This didn't move. Impact. This skipped it. Hold on. I get it now. I know why it's happening. Brain blast. All right. Can you guess? So the issue is we have a turn queue, which is an array, and we're going through the elements on the queue and executing one at a time. Once we execute one of the movements and they explode, we remove them from the queue. and concatenating and moving all the elements, which means if your next element you have just shifted over, so then when the queue is going to the next element there, like it's not a snapshot of array, it's re-getting the array every time. So in order to fix this, I actually need to make a copy of the array when I'm about to execute all the actions. Yes, that's what I need to do. All right, so we go to the grid handler, which has been handling the grid. No, we gotta go to the AI. So on the AI logic where we're doing this, instead of grabbing a new version of the turn queue on every iteration, we're simply actually, I wonder if I can copy or if it's going to update the turn queue like that. I don't know if this will, okay. So in any other programming, if I did this, all it does is that set the pointer from this array to this array, meaning all the changes that happens on this queue will be reflected here. Now, if it is actually a duplicate deep, which I think they fixed. Deep sub-resource mode, no. With, let's see what this is. Duplicates this array deeply like duplicate true, with extra control over how sub-resources are handled. Deep sub-resource mode must be one of the values from duplicate mode. No sub-resources at all are duplicated. Yeah, we don't have to duplicate sub-resources here. We just need the presence to be copied so they don't break. Only thing is, sometimes we're going to get this to have, because it gets destroyed actively, things get destroyed actively that some of them will be freed. So we need this check again. All right. I think that'll work. We'll test it in a bit. Let me catch up on the chat real quick. Rig says, specifically, I'm working on Firebelly games. We're working on Firebelly. I don't know what that means. Games callable state machine. Firebelly games callable state machine. Firebellies? Firebelly games? Is that a creator? Okay, that's what I figured. I mean, name sounded familiar. I just couldn't figure out. Okay, so they're making a... So you're referring to their strategy to make a callable state machine. Cool. Basically, I want to be able to do state machine dot update instead of state current state dot update. Cool. So you want to call the machine at the state. So the state machine just automatically calls a method on the current active state. Yeah. I got it. Sorry, I don't know why I thought you knew him. I mean, he's big enough that I probably heard of him. I just don't remember everybody's name. That's still surprising that you need to do a property getter update. Like, but how is that working out for you? I mean, I've done that kind of implementation once in my life. I'm not doing it here because it's simple and it's kind of like overkill. Have you seen it, Rick, when I had the state machine? Oh, Rick says need to? Need is a bit strong. I see. Whoa. It opened the project on the big screen. It's tall. It looks funky. Where'd it go? There he is. So, is it this one? Oh, it might be the other one, actually. Potentially. Well, we'll see. Yeah. Level test. I have too many projects. It's one of these projects. Just give me a second. Oh, you have not. Okay, well, let me show you my state machine. The idea is that it's finite state machine by the book, right? Finite state machine by the book, which is for devices, like devices and like how CPU operates without the programming control, like a hardware control. Okay, let me just find it just a second. Maybe it's on the Rogue Mine. Which is to say there are 3 state-related functions. State diagram itself never changes, right? State diagram is common in every state machine. That concept is not new. But what some people sometimes contract is the 3-step, which is on state, meaning every cycle while being on the state, something executes, meaning it's continuously executing while as long as I'm in a state. 2, execute something once when you enter a state. And 3, execute something once when you exit a state, right? So on entry, while, and then on exit. So then those are 3 functions that every state node needs to have by default. Where the heck is it? I don't know where I used it. I swear I was using it recently. I can't remember it. It's somewhere, I promise. Wait. I feel like I use it. Oh, there it is. Here's one. Where else am I using it? I feel like I'm using it somewhere else. I mean, this is just player character. I promise I'm using this somewhere else as well. Anyways, the point is, oh, bye. Bye, John. Thanks for sticking around. John says goodbye. Goodbye, period. Nice. Rick says I'm following. Okay, sorry. I'm delaying my thing. So I made a state machine and I wanted it, well, this one you don't have to do it this way, but I did it this way because I wanted the state to be represented on the tree. So I can just go, hey, I'm going to pop in these states. So the idea is for each of the states, variadic setup where you can assign any number callables using, okay, so sure, you can do that. I personally created a state manager resource or node, doesn't matter, so that I can confidently say, well, if I'm going to overload a parameter, I'm going to have this singular parameter that contains every information about the state of the game that I can control. So this will also include controllers, right? Like it has the state variables, like variables and properties, but it would also control, or it will also contain UI signal bus or game signal buses that can control the entities of the game. Because the way I was thinking about this was that, well, I mean, like any state might need to execute any animation or things. But there's one more thing. Yeah, you don't have to. I mean, this can be a ref counted as far as I'm concerned. But either way, that can be easily replaced. And especially with 2.5 or 4.5 that allows abstract classes, you don't have to do this anymore. I could just as easily make this abstract class like this.
and then have abstract here. But I had to add one more thing, by the way, which was a manual check transition. So, or manual go to next state. That's kind of necessary because sometimes in game, at least, you want to trigger next state on click, not on cycle. So the check transition is on cycle transition check. So each node is responsible for its own transition logic. So this one loops. And my state machine keeps track of current state, and then it has a setter and getter to be like, hey, when you do a set on the current state, execute, exit, and enter, blah, blah, blah. And then it has the process logic, which is simple, right? On process, on loop, it checks for transition and transition if needed. So each node is responsible here. But sometimes some of the buttons or external features may force a next. And that triggers a go to next state function. So we have 4 functions instead of just 3. Because trying to change the state variable values in order to hit the requirements for the check transition can be messy. At least that was my finding. So I have this state machine. So anytime I do anything, I don't call state.next. For the most part, I just change the state variables. Like, oh, turn on tutorial, has tutorial been read or whatever, and try to make it so that each state relies on the value of the state variable to check the transition, unless it is specifically a single click action. So that's something I'm doing. But if you're Rig and is avoiding relying on inheritance as well as extensibility of these assignable calls, yeah, I mean, it seems like there's a lot of things there you're handling. And I'm sure you have some answers there. At least that's what I did with mine. It's pretty good. Once you get it set up, it's pretty easy to think about because you can forget about the transition and you can just implement the game. But I don't know. The pros sometimes are like not high enough, especially if you only have like 3-4 states. Yeah, I mean, state machine is like solution as old as time. I honestly don't like state machine as much as default thing because for the most, like state machine only is good in game development. Like the classic state machine, the base level state machine is only as good as handling the phase of the game. Like, are you on game over? Are you on title screen? Like different scene transition states. But when it comes to like character states, most of the time you end up needing in the modern gaming, you need, what do you call those, like nested state machines? Or is that called stacked state machine? Rick says, is your state machine stack? I mean, they're independent state machines. So you can have multiple state machines that checks different states, right? Because all I need to do is change what the stack-based state machine. I guess you could. I didn't implement that game with that in mind, but you can in the traditional stacked-based state machine sense, because each state machine is independent from whatever. It doesn't rely on the overall system. So you can have, different state machines pop out, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to say tentatively, I don't see why not. But I'm not going to promise that it does do that. But that is interesting. It seems like you have quite the problem to solve. I just wanted to showcase what I've done there, I guess. To kind of share thoughts. All right, missiles go away when they go out of bound. We checked that. Oh, yes. We just tried to fix the bug with if missiles explode and disappear. The next missile wasn't properly moving automatically. So let's try that. Nice. I think that's promising. No errors so far. Yeah. Rick says, sorry for derailing. No, it's okay. No, that's all part of the stream. There's no derailing. Every conversation is valid. Also, if it is derailing, I would say I'm not going to talk about it. Or say, I'll make a video about this later. This is all relevant conversations. I think this is good. Thanks for sharing. Let's see. I do want to make sure that the queue is not necessarily pertaining. Okay, so it's still compact. Very good. And then debugger. Let's look at the orphan nodes. Okay, we're clean there. Object counts is clean and steady. All right, I think we got it, everyone. Only thing is that the missile doesn't do damage to the player ship yet. It does explode, but it doesn't do anything. I don't think. So that we're going to probably figure out what that means. Oh! What? Hold on, that was not supposed to happen. Hey, you're supposed to avoid the player ship. What the heck? Let's see. Missile. Okay, combat tester on move. That's a grid handler. It just explodes on his face. All right. Grid handler here. Hold on. So we have the collision logic here, which gets assigned over here. Right. I think for now, the damage that the target experiences, we're only going to do this if damage target is not in player group. For now. So it'll never die. But otherwise, it seems like we have a little bit of a playable thing. Let's look at what we need to do now. So we have a turn, we have missiles, AIs, we have placeholders for AI, which right now is only shooting a bunch of missiles. Each action works, but right now there's infinite action. So we do definitely need to clamp it down so that each crew member can only do one thing. Replacing a station is not an action, but anything else is an action here. So probably make the characters not playable. Yeah. Okay. Not really sure. Okay. What will happen here, but I think this is good enough. Nice. All right. To do. Action per crew. That's the next thing. Damage on station. Like what that means, like a type of damages. And then, utilizing shield and everything, because we can still shield right now. We can go power off here, power on, and we can place shield on one of the components like this. Or all the components, for example. So we put on shield here. And then applying damage. And what that does within the ship. We got to implement that. And then victory. Hi, Mike. Welcome. I think you're catching the end of the stream here. But welcome nonetheless. Okay. So let's do the actions first. I think each crew member should have a number of actions that are configurable. So the combat tester right now configures what the crew information is, which right here just takes in crew resources. And I think they already have a starting action on them, like how many actions are available on them. 4 is a lot. So we're going to have to clamp this down. So we'll make this unique. And say 1 starting action for all these people. For now. And that's going to be used. And that should be simple here. On state, we're going to go, let's see, crew resource, have a starting action points, and then current action points. So we're going to use that as a thing. On combat initialization, where we're initializing state, or initializing the combat. We will come over here and simply update the resources for the crew. We'll say crew current action points will equal to starting action points. Right. Ooh, sorry, Ram. Remix, whatever. Remix B4. You're supposed to plant the water or plant the seed first. So if you look at the redemption, there's a plant berry folk seed. You got to do that first and then water the plant 9 times in total to get a plant. But don't worry, it is refundable, meaning it refunds automatically if it didn't work like that. So you should be good. Okay. Get your plant, get your berry folk right now. There's availability is a little bit limited. Seems like everybody really took the good ones. There's infinite amount of normal berry right now. Seems like there's 1 fig berry, 1 Godot berry, 2 wizard berry, and 1 squat berry. 0 hollow berries. Hollow berry was a good one. And nobody took my crown. By the way, guys, if you use kick command and successfully kick the people with crown on, you get to steal their highest crown. And each crown gives you an additional chance of getting a shiny version when you roll for the berry folk. By the way. And every berry folk has a shiny version. So go for it. I have to announce this every now and then because people don't read my instruction up on the channel page. So I don't know where the best place to put that information is, but it is something. All right. Okay. So on initialization, we're saying that the crew action point gets reset. I'm going to add a action indicator on the crew panel. So over here for the crew information, we'll add, I think we can add, let's see, action. I think there's a action bar. There you go. Look at me. Like so. like that. Cool. So this one probably should be, I don't know. Where should that be placed? I mean, where it is seems okay. Though visibility is a little bit tricky when it's like 1, 2, 3, I guess. You can't really see it very well. But it's going to be 1 anyway, so it doesn't matter, I guess. So we'll do action bar here. Remex says, gotcha, I understand now. Saw the pop-up and clicked. Yeah, no problem. Ooh, ads starting soon. Sorry, everyone. I guess I'll take this as an opportunity for a little fan break. I should probably mute myself while I'm on a fan break. It is hot. This is peak content, right? While everybody's watching ad, I'm just like chilling. All right, that's enough fans. Oh, well, look. I gotta get my cooling somehow. And this is my only time. Once an hour. Honestly, that would be fun if we have a redemption for a turn on fan where I just get blown and get noisy. Terrible idea, probably. All right, action bar got added, and I want to say on crew resource here, probably should update that as well. Let's see. GUI input. That's for clicking. On draw, we do that. Unselected, we do that. I think, honestly, you know what? I don't want to be that worried about being efficient. So I'm going to update it on process. We'll just say, if crew resource or crew info is available and node is ready, then we're going to say the action bar max action will equal to crew info starting action points, and action bar's current value as the crew info current action points, like so. And on combat tester, or on action here, I think we should probably do export variable for action cost, which is 1 by default. And right. And then basically when the executes get called, on the combat action. I guess I should probably action power reserve, crew selection changed. Not that. Oh, thanks for the follow, Aaron. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Hope you got a good strawberry folk. I don't know which one you got. Oh, no, you just need 3 more watering. Almost there. Oh, you did follow. Does it give you more channel points if you follow? I think so. Ah, well, it's doing the trick then. Battle grid. Oh, there's also jump command, by the way, everyone. There's jump. There's kick. You can do a throw for Hadouken. Lurk for sitting down. But if you want to get up, that's a little bit trickier. Nice. Oh, you got a Godot berry. Congrats. I was almost certain that you were going to get a normal one, but you got a special one. Wow. Very rare, very rare. Okay, let's see. We were doing what? What were we doing here? Action. Yes, that's right. We're trying to figure out what the action was. So on battle grid, we said when the, oh, not battle grid, on combat UI, when action is requested, on grid handler, it's not that. New action requested. I want to see where this goes. Action container, new action requested. On new action requested. Okay, nothing's happening here. On action pressed. Okay, so it's getting the source combat action and then executing it. Right. And this wouldn't be able to be pressed unless it's available. So this is assuming that the action cost is already checked. This means the crew. So this is where we want to reduce the crew's thing. So we're say combat state. Actually, what file are we on? Action container. Okay. So we're gonna say combat state, combat UI, get selected or whatever, crew container, selected crew panel. We're gonna grab the crew info and subtract crew info and get the current action points and subtract the sources cost. Action cost or amount. We're gonna have to look at this one. Oh, it's an action button. Combat actions. Very lengthy. Oh, just a second. Hi, Birdie. All right, I'm back. All right. Birdie Bite says, good evening or day to you. It is afternoon for me, 3 p.m. We're going strong, 4 hours and 15 minutes so far. I mean, it won't be long though. I won't stay that much longer, I think, but we'll see. Kinexo says, just wanted to let you know I was able to get your Easy Dialogue plugin imported into my project. I even dropped in your Baldur's Gate demo, and with a few dependency fixes, it's working in 4.5. Ooh, great. I love that. Thanks for using it and letting me know that it's working. Yeah, no, I mean, I do wonder if I should have made the dialog box template for people to easily use it. I'm always like, yeah, make your own dialog box, dude. This is just a manager, not the... But yeah. But I'm glad it's working. Good to hear, good to hear. Hopefully it is useful or easy to get around to. I know it can get complicated. But so far, I mean, a lot of the people who are dedicated to using it are having no trouble using it. But there are some quality of life updates that needs to happen for sure. But yeah, keep me updated. Okay, so on Action Press, we're reducing the cost. We also want to make it so that by default, we control the availability. Instead of just doing this, we also want to know if the crew has enough action. If crew... And skip doesn't cost anything, does it? So we gotta have skip here. Show cost. Can I override properties? Oh, I guess I don't need to, because I did export there. That's dumb of me. I can do 0 here. Okay. And so basically connects us. Yeah, I can totally make my own dialog box. I'll let you know how it is. I really like notes for dialog flow. Yeah, same. It's really hard to keep track otherwise. People like conversational design. I don't know if you are familiar with conversational design, where it's like flat management of dialogue, where based on the state you get a dialogue, and you have a bunch of different potential states. So you as a dialogue designer, you don't know exactly how everything will trigger. You just know that things will trigger at the right moment, hopefully. And that drives me nuts. Okay. Action cost 0 on the action container. We're gonna say if the currently selected, yes, okay. We're gonna say var selected crew panel, which would be crew combat. Is it combat crew panel? Which would be combat state. Combat UI, action container, selected. Not action container, it should be crew info container, selected crew panel. And from there, we will get the crew info, current action points. Yeah, current action point. Should I get it from the source of truth? I feel like I should get it from the display, honestly. Instead of info, I will say action bar value. And say if this value var has enough action, will be a bool. That's the comparison between this value and the cost of the action. Action cost. It is empty and has enough action. then it's enabled. Otherwise, it's disabled. So this will make it so that I think as soon as I execute an action, I might not actually. So I go here. Hold on, there's multiple things that just happened. When I click and I click on move, the action goes away. So even if I cancel, it's considered that the action is not there anymore. And this doesn't update immediately. So there are a few things that needs to happen here. Action being used up shouldn't happen on request. Yeah. It shouldn't happen on request. Well, maybe it does. But it gets refunded if you cancel. Okay. That's probably what I need to do. Connects this is almost like a huge switch statement to decide what dialogue is up. Yeah, basically. Huge. It ends up being more like huge if else or if else if without actually. So this was popularized in one of those like first person or third person shooter games where the companions say things based on the situation that feels appropriate. And that's how those things are designed. And it ends up being like JSON or XML or some sort of like configuration file with dialogue blocks with where conditionals are defined programmatically. Yeah. Which is different. I mean, that is also dialogue, but it's different from dialogue flow. But some people insist on one way or another, and that's probably not the answer. Okay, so as soon as the execute gets handled, I do think I want to update the available action grid. So over here, new action requested. It's going to execute, which is going to do stuff. And as part of that behavior, we'll probably do an update. I think this gets called by the combat UI on update available actions. So let's see. We're going to say that's on crew status change. So we'll signal this out on press. Press. Oh, new action requested? Maybe we can do it on that. We emit this. I guess so. I guess we could update it on this. Let's see. Instead of having utilizing signal bus. This cancels things on the new action, but we could also make it so that the action container updates. Yeah. So we'll do this on combat UI, and that will be over here. And we'll update available actions based on that. Like so. Hopefully. So that means when I come over here and I select the crewmate and I go move. Wait, hello? Hold on. Why did it not trigger? want to see if it triggers properly. Ooh, small incremental changes here. Improvements. Will we meet our goal? Okay, so it does trigger. Did we not remove the cost? Object display. Oh. Maybe it didn't have an opportunity to... okay, because we are relying on the UI as opposed to the source of truth. Okay. I think I understand. So this one, the enable and disable right here. Instead of relying on the bar, I think I do need to rely on the source of truth. Current action points. Like so. Okay. So we're going to do that. Come over here. Start the curve. Pop, pop. Uh-huh. Oh, it didn't update still. One more time. So action container on press. We're updating the action cost. And then we're executing. I guess we should emit after all this. Yeah, that's probably why. Because we're emitting before the value has updated. Okay. Should be good. So now, again, come over here, select the crew, move. All right. If I cancel, it should be refunded. So on cancel, I guess the question is, how do we detect that it's been canceled? That's the hard part. Executing here, move ship, does this while it's awaiting on action, saying that combat signal BS, grid selection received, stop requested. Wait, hold on, this is under move. Show range overlay, selection requested. On cancel action. Oh, there it is. Okay. So on cancel for this guy in particular, we want to make sure we refund the points. So let's grab... I suppose I do need to bind a state. Like so. So that's available. Okay. Then that means use that to grab the selected crewmate. Crew info container, selected crew panel, and crew info current action points will get a refund of the action cost. That's just a movement cancel. I mean, it should happen on everybody, but I don't know if I can manage that. Over here, go move. Oh, can't do it. I'm going to cancel. It didn't happen. It's probably because I didn't update it. So on navigation combat here. So many moving pieces. It's kind of annoying. So on cancel action, which happens on grid selection stop requested here. Remix says, gotta head out though. I enjoyed dropping in. Definitely will be back. Twitch gave a great recommendation. Thanks. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad that you are now following. Appreciate it. We're getting what we can do. Magic Foodbar says it's getting late here, so bye. Aw, thanks for watching, Magic Foodbar. I'll see you later. I mean, you watched most of it, so don't feel so sad. I'll probably be done here in a bit. Okay. Let me just figure this cancel thing out, and then maybe we can move on. What do we have here? So on cancel, I'm saying all of these things. Do grid, I would honestly signal out saying that the crew selection, not instead of crew selection, maybe crew state. That has changed. Emit. I don't think this one requires anything. Yeah. So that, I think, should give actions back. There you go. Why not? I thought this updates the actions. Let's see. Over here on cancel. I want to see if this actually happens or not. Seems like it's not really triggering the on cancel. It should, but it's not. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, it doesn't trigger. Thanks for the follow, Flame Lizard Codes. Welcome. Flame says, hello, how's it going? It's going great. We're working through it. We are actually coming to the end of our today's session, but depends on how fast I debug this issue. But I appreciate you being here nonetheless. Welcome, Flame. We're working on our little crew management game. For those of you who are just joining us and haven't said anything, this is Dread on Arrival, a crew management game. A little bit of fusion of FTL and Darkest Dungeon with little narrative portion of Outer Wilds, if you will. Ambitious, but we have a roadmap. We've been working on this for a while. We had this part of the game, this part of the game, this part of the game. But we're making a new combat currently where it's kind of tactical. It's a little different in FTL, but there is still components that kind of is reminiscent of FTL. So we have some planning here. Thanks. Says it's nice visual. Thank you. Retrofuturism is the name. You can join our Discord and make sure you click on that role for playtesting, because we're trying to get our first playtest on October 13th, which is coming up. Not a complicated one, just the roguelike version. So there's a narrative component. Our first goal is to get this combat version out, plus the little procedurally generated map situation, to have enough time for us to get that main component fun figured out. So yeah, that's where we're at. Okay. Issue. The on cancel signal is not really being triggered. It's kind of annoying. Not sure why. On cancel, I guess it's because I didn't bind correctly. I'm gonna bind the combat stay here. Is there anything else? That's probably why. It'll probably work now. Flame Lizard says, I was debugging a really nasty bug to debug with drag and drop where there was a weird offset due to canvas layer scaling being not 1-to-1. Yeah, that sounds... I can imagine. You know, technically that's what this transform is for each canvas layer. You're supposed to like detransform and then transform back in to handle those like positioning naturally, but I have never got around to figuring that out. Trigger successful. Nice. All right. Actions refunded on cancel. Sick. Oh. When I tried to change the player, it didn't. Yeah. Interesting. Also, wait, what? Hold on. Something is definitely wrong. Hold on. Okay, well, there's a huge bug here, I think. I think it's not accurately tracking which character is being selected. Which is kind of weird. Like the cancel... Huh? On-grid selection. Yeah, something's a little funky here. Okay, let me think about this a little bit. So when the crew gets selected by selecting a new panel, this gets signaled. That's okay. And we're saying when we're doing select panel, we're saying crew selection has changed. Okay, I think this is where it's happening. When the crew selection changes, we're updating the available action. When crew selection changes, this should mean if we're executing an action, if we're in the middle of action execution, we should cancel it. Yeah. Grid selection stop requested. I think this does get triggered on update, don't I? I gotta get clean here. Make sure this isn't being emitted. Cancel grid selection. Who's calling this? We're doing it on input UI cancel. On crew selection changed as well. Okay. We're going to cancel grid selection here. And we're emitting grid selection requested. Stop requested here, because we're canceling it. And over here, we're listening to that and we're connecting this. So this should have triggered. But, oh, I know. I see. So crew selection changed first before I was able to refund Okay. I see. We need to bind the person who's executing the action instead. Instead of doing that, we gotta do executing crew. Crew or combat crew panel. Flame Lizard says, not even sure why someone would want to have something different than one scaling. You'd be surprised, especially when you're using some mixels or mixed resolution for like UI versus the game. You do end up getting that kind of like mixed scaling sometimes, because if you're working on pixel art or like you know, like HD version of pixel art, you want to work in this like pretend resolution of like 450 something by something, right? But then you don't want the text to be in that resolution because it looks really bad. You want it to be smaller or more refined. So then you end up working with two canvas layer where you're coordinating the two. Makes sense. It has use. All right. So over here, actually, when we're we don't need to do this. I mean, this is a disconnect, so I don't really need to do this, do I? But I guess I do. That's so weird. We're gonna say var executing crew will be this. We'll bind these things, right? And then on move, do that. Combat state. Should be good, I think. Why is this a warning? I guess so. Gonna get rid of this for now. So, okay. All right. Flame says, okay, fair point, I guess. That would mean to re-implement everything that depends on that default scaling, like the built-in drag and drop functions for control nodes. Should be documented then. Yeah. I mean, it really depends on it's individual like usage. It is a little bit confusing. Oh. Okay, it's not triggering properly. Okay. Whole bunch of things are happening here. Comeback grid handler. Cancel grid selection. Error calling from signal. Callable node on cancel selection cannot convert argument 1. It cannot convert argument 1 from object to object. It cannot convert object to object. Uh-huh. Okay. Yep. That makes a lot of sense, right? Cancel grid selection. Error calling from signal. Stop requested. To the callable on. Oh, yeah. This is a problem. The callable is a problem. Okay. So if we go to the move action, it's saying that it can't call this guy because of this binding situation. Do I have to unbind? Oh, not the combat state. Whoops. Gotta do this. And this should be combat state. There you go. Okay, now we're good. I think. Whew. Yikes. Standard combat. We come over here. Up. Go to navigation. Move. Action point has gone away. When I cancel, it gets refunded. Move. I'm gonna change different selection. And action has been refunded. Perfect. It's working as intended now. All right. Beautiful. Okay, on movement. Right now, I moved the ship into the collision position. It says it doesn't have this thing. Right, it doesn't. This also should only be the case if is missile piece. All right, there you go. Hopefully that'll do the trick. All right, let's see if I can navigate these. All right. Navigate them out. Boom, and turn. Pretty easy with three members. Okay, and then I need to refresh the actions. Okay, at the top of the turn. So we go here on the state management. Top of the turn, we're gonna go to combat state, or combat UI rather. Grab the crew information, and then crew. Get crew info panel. I mean, that's a specific info panel. I think I'm gonna say reset turn. So this one is going to have a function called reset turn, which I guess could be its own thing. It'll go through each info panel and reset the info panel's combat crew panel. And its crew info current action points will equal to the max starting action points for now. As this is going to have to change, but for now, that's what that does. Okay. Over here, start a new game. I could be like, all right, you fire a missile. You move. There's nothing that can be done. Then you fire another missile and turn. And then the actions have been refreshed. Sick. I just ran into the thing. Okay, not bad. Then power on the act weapons. All right. We're going to risk running into this so that we can fire a missile. 1, 2. And then third one. Boom. Beautiful. I don't know. I think there's some strategic components here. Gonna move missile. Oh no. Oh, that's right. He's hiding behind the asteroid field. I forgot about that. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Finally. And then move. Yay! Okay. Some sort of strategy, some sort of gameplay. I think that's good. I think that's good. All right. I think this is a good place to stop. Well, thanks everyone for joining today. Also, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So just keep that on mind. If you're not already following, feel free to follow so you can be notified. Thanks for the follow again, Flame Lizard and Remex. We are going to continue working on this game. And yeah, we'll see where it goes. We are going to raid out here to our usual contenders. Let's see who's online right now at this hour. We got Covino still live. Wow, 7 hours. That's kind of crazy. We went to Hypnotic yesterday. We went to just Covino like 2 days ago. Or 3 days ago, I want to say. Maybe Big Boy is where we go next. Flame says, happy to chat. Have a nice day and talk to you soon. Thank you. Thank you. I'll talk to everyone soon. We're going to Big Boy today. I'll see y'all later. Hop on this raid. Say hi for me. I'm not going to stick around too long. I do need to cool down. So here we are. All right, everyone. See you next week. Yeah, see you next week. Bye. And goodbye, YouTube, as well here eventually. As soon as I confirm the raid has gone through.